Attention, all SIR staff to your positions, please. All SIR staff to your positions, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That's pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro, we are ready to go, so you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. That's pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are excited to get our test and tune underway here in just a few moments, I believe. So if you are in the pro class, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Welcome, everyone, to our 60th anniversary season here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. It is good to see so many cars in the pits today, a few folks in the stands already as well. We are ready to kick the tires and light the fires here. So our test and tune, as you know, everyone's been monkeying with everything over the winter. Today is the day we find out if it pays off, if it's working, if it's going to hook up. So today is a practice day, as it were. It's a data gathering day, getting ready for, of course, for our point season. The return road is closed, everyone. The return road is closed. We are going to start racing like right now. So the return road is closed. We are ready to go racing here right away. So the return road is closed. Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. An exciting season here, our 60th anniversary season. And so if you want some merchandise to commemorate this anniversary, you can head on over to the souvenir shop. It's going to be open from 10 till 4 today. Come and see our 60th anniversary apparel. We've got a calendar. We've got license plates. We've got stickers. We've got clothes. Also, we've got a clearance rack of clothing as well. So if you want to advertise, show off that you were here today, you can head on over to the souvenir shop between the hours of 10 and 4 and grab yourself some 60th anniversary swag from here at SIR. I'm looking forward to today. It should be a fun one. Lots of cars in the pits, lots of cars still going through tech as well. So we should have a full day once we get to going here. Again, it's our test and tune day, so we are just getting set up, finding everything's rhythm, finding if everything that we worked on over the winter is going to hook up and do it. Of course, we need to thank a whole lot of people here. We need to thank the board of the SDRA. We've got to thank our track manager, Skip, as well as all of our staff who are taking time out of their weekend to come and work these races this season. So we want a big thank you to all of them. So if you see them working today, give them a thumbs up, give them a wave. Let them know that you appreciate them. Should be a fun day, a little bit of breeze, but not too crazy out there. So looking for some probably good times. The track's been prepped, so once we are ready to go, we'll get our first pair going, but it'll be a moment. But yeah, I'm excited to see. There's lots of cars I recognize. There's a few that I don't. Should be a good season here at SIR. Thanks to everyone for coming out for our test and tune today. Getting ready to roll. As well, I saw the provincial legislature recognize that it's our 60th anniversary season in one of their sessions this past week, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully at some point we can get some legislation in place too to protect our tracks as well. We know a few of our friends down south in Iowa and places like that have got legislation in place so that even if people build houses around the track, they can't, shut the track down. So good to see some provincial recognition, and so hopefully, some provincial legislation in the not too distant future. And so it'll be our points race number 1 tomorrow, the first of 10. As across our classes, we'll be gathering points, and we will see who the champion will be at the end of the year. And of course, we want to thank our lane sponsors. Oh, here we go. First pair in the box. Left lane, Keith DeJarlis. That's a Pontiac 1967 Beaumont. And in the right-hand lane is Frank Bahozoff out of Yorkton in the 77 Chevrolet Nova. And we should get our first set of burnouts here right away, folks. And so here we go. 2026 is underway. There is nothing better on a Saturday than a burnout. We got some classic muscle here going head to head, the Beaumont and the Nova. A little bit of rivalry between the different GM brands here. So we got the Pontiac in the left lane and the Chevrolet in the right-hand lane. And again, we're going to see what they were working on all winter, see if it's going to hook up. Bumped into stage. In a moment. There we go. Amber's down, 004 on the tree for Frank on that one. Not a great reaction time for the first hit of the season. And down to the quarter mile, it is going to be Keith running an 11:41 at 116 miles an hour, and Frank Bahozoff runs an 11:94 at 112. Win goes to the left-hand lane. All right, in the left-hand lane, that's Ryan Magnus in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. It's got Misty on the vanity plate, and the right-hand lane is Hayden Coquell. My screen says 75 Chevrolet Camaro, but that's not a Camaro that I've ever seen before, but we will see how it hooks up all the same. Solid on the tree for both cars, finding traction, nice and straight. And through the top end, it's Hayden Coquell, 1062, 128 miles per hour. Ryan Magnus in the left runs an 11:54 at 124 miles an hour. In the VP Fuels lane, that is Perry Duncan out of Regina. He's got a 66 Chevrolet Biscayne. And in the right-hand lane is Rick Harris out of Saskatoon in the 1991 Ford Mustang. Perry's made the drive up from Regina today. He's going to see how this thing goes. He's in the VP Fuels lane, and that's Rick Harris in the Tiger Automotive lane on the right-hand side. Bit of a wander for Perry Duncan off the hit of the throttle there. Good straight run for Rick Harris. It's going to be Perry Duncan getting there first, though. 10:59, 124 miles an hour. And the Mustang runs through at a 15:15 at 53 miles an hour. I suspect he let out the throttle a little bit. He was on a good pass right up until he wasn't. Just a reminder that left-hand lane has the right of way at the top end. So if you're in the right-hand lane and you get there first, please let the left-hand lane pass by. All right, Paul Piervik out of Sundre, Alberta in the 86 Ford Mustang, another one of the Fox bodies here. And in the right-hand lane, Brian Hicks out of Regina in the 1969 Chevrolet Chevelle. Beautiful cars, both of them here. We'll see what they do when they hook up. That's a bit of a hike from Sundre, so you know he's going to be hungry to put on a good hit on this pass. That'll be a red light for Brian Hicks, but in test and tune, it's not as important as though we were in eliminations. But a 002 on the left-hand lane for Paul out of Sundre, and it's going to be the wind light's going on to Paul because of the red light. He runs a 12:15 at 71 miles an hour. The big Chevelle runs an 11:05 at 120 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane is Henry Reimer out of Plumas, Manitoba. That's a 1978 Volvo wagon, of all things. It doesn't sound like it's a stock Volvo anymore, however. Right-hand lane, that's Lindsay Scribner out of St. Albert, Alberta in a 1970 Plymouth Cuda. This should be a fun match. I saw the Volvo when I came in, and I want to see it run, so I'm glad that I'm sitting here right now as we bump into stage. Looks like the Volvo rolled the lights a little bit, so we won't get a time on this one. Lindsay Scribner will get a time, however, and it's going to be a 9:68 at 137 miles an hour. Again, the Volvo bumped a little bit through the beams, and so we didn't see the elapsed time for it. But such is life. Better to do it on a test and tune day than it is in eliminations tomorrow. All right, just making sure the track is ready to go. In the left-hand lane is Dave Fuzzy Kerr in the 1962 Plymouth Fury. And in the right-hand lane is Jake Fiesel out of Regina, Saskatchewan. That's a 1987 Chevrolet Camaro. One of the third gens that we've seen out here. Left-hand lane, the beautiful Fury of Dave Fuzzy Kerr, making the drive up from Regina today. A Queen City showdown, as it were, on the line. Both drivers from Regina, so we will see who's got a bit of bragging rights at the top end. Jake Fiesel's on the wrong side of red on that one. Still yanked the wheels off the ground, though. Just a little on the wrong side of red. We'll get the elapsed time, though. 10:49, 126 miles an hour. Left lane picks up the wind light, 11:55 at 117 miles an hour for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. Left-hand lane, Floyd Scribner, Plymouth Cuda, 1970 edition. Right-hand lane is Andrew L. out of Balgony in the 70 D100 Dodge. Beautiful truck, beautiful Cuda. A little bit of battle of the Mopars here. We'll see how this one plays out. Again, we're not racing, but are you ever not racing? I don't know. I don't think you ever are not racing. So let's see what happens when we go to green. Good reaction times for both. Andrew L. looks like he's winding it out towards the top end. Floyd's going to try and chase him down. He won't quite get there. That's going to be Andrew L. running through at a 9:62, 137 miles an hour. Floyd Scribner not very far behind, a 9:77 at 135 miles an hour. Just a reminder, you can find us on YouTube if you want to stream us. Just search for Saskatchewan International Raceway. You can find us there. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Instagram. Also visit our website, racesir.com, and that'll get... Between all of those, you'll be nice and up to date on what's happening here at the track. Again, today, test and tune. Tomorrow, points race number 1. Turning into a gorgeous day here. I'm so happy that we don't have last weekend's weather this weekend. This is far, far superior. We've got a few sponsors we can thank as well. Last Mountain Berry Farms, they say spread the joy. You can find them at lmbf.com. All right, this should be a good matchup, folks. Tyson Daranoski out of Casa Rio. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. That is Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Tyson Daranoski in the 99 Chevrolet S10. Ryan Doherty out of Saskatchewan in the 72 Dodge Challenger. This should be a good matchup. Both cars have been quick. All right, I'm looking forward to this one, folks, as we bump on into stage. Oh, no, Tyson had an issue out the line there. He's going to pull off, and we're going to take a quick look and see what happened. We're going to shut him down for a quick second here, and we're going to take a look at what happened to that 99 Chevrolet S10. We also want to thank Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. You can find them at www.tigerautomotive.com, or you can visit them in person at 286 Venture Crescent. We also want to thank Flamin' Trailers, building their business one relationship at a time. And you can find them at www.flamin.com. As well, we want to thank Butler Buyers. Welcome to Insurance Made Easy. www.butlerbuyers.com, or you can find them in person at 301 4th Avenue North or 3929 8th Street East for all your insurance needs. Q-Line Trucking, moving the world. You can find them at qlinetrucking.com. 101 Wirtz Avenue, Corman Industrial Park. Audio Warehouse, your home audio specialist, 60 years of sound. You can find them at audiowarehouse.ca. All right, who else we got? Medivy. We got to thank the ambulance crew for being out here. They come and, take care of us. Hopefully we don't need them, but we sure want to have them here. So we are good to see them there. And so you can find out more about them at www.medivy.ca. Super Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6 as well. That's Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, VP Fuels for sponsoring the left-hand lane when it matters most. You can find them at vpracingfuels.com. OK Tire, we're more than we're more than tires. We're a one-stop shop. You can find them at www.oktire.com. And of course, Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. You can find them at queencityperformance.ca, or if you're in the Regina area, you can visit them at 1414A on Lorne Street. As well, food is here. Hector's Grub Hub, best damn food you can have at a racetrack. So make your way over there if you need a bite to eat. If you're feeling peckish, it's the place to be. If you need a cool, crisp, refreshing drink, you can make your way over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens. Grab yourself a clean, cool, crisp, responsible adult beverage. As well, we are partnered with Great Western Brewing Company again, so you can turn in your receipts if you buy some Great West product back to the Beer Gardens, or that's the one I know of for sure. There's a couple others, but I know for certain if you bring those receipts back to the Beer Gardens, that is good for us. Looks like we're ready to go again with Corey Samoleski in the left-hand lane, the 1971 Chevrolet Camaro. No, just backing them out of the water box here briefly. All right, there we go. Just waiting for the burnouts to commence here, just making sure everything's good to go. Okay, that's Corey Samolewski in the left-hand lane out of Clavette. That's a 1971 Chevrolet Camaro. In the right-hand lane, that's Terry Wagner out of Regina. That's a 1952 Chevrolet pickup truck. That is a beautiful looking truck right there. I am so happy to see it. The Camaro, no slouch as well. You know me, I'm a fan of those F-bodies from GM. Camaro, Firebird, you name it, I'm into it. So let's rock and roll and see what we can do. Solid on the tree for Terry Wagner. He's got it wound out. And he's going to go through the top end in 10:06, 132 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, the Camaro runs through the 1225 at 87.5 miles an hour. Super Pro, you can make your ways to lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. All right, looks like we've got a bye run here. This is Walter Furnetz out of Bigger. That's an 08 Chevrolet Corvette. He had a good season last season. He's looking to continue to do well here. He's got the track to himself, so let's see what Fruit Loop can do. .08 on the tree, a good shot. And out through the quarter mile, at the 1096 at 130 miles an hour. In our left-hand lane, that is Ken Daly out of Regina. That's a 1971 Dodge Dart. And in the right-hand lane, the man who needs no introduction, that's Braden Heroux. That is the Scat Rat. That is a 1968 Cutlass 442. He won his class last year, so he's looking to repeat that performance, I'm sure. And today is a way of finding to see if all of the tinkering has paid off. See how it goes through that top end. That's going to be Braden Heroux running a 947 at 142 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Ken Daly runs a 1005 at 132 miles an hour on that pass. Good run for both vehicles. Just make sure our track is cleaned up. We want to thank our staff again. They'll be working a long day today, making sure everything is going smoothly. So thanks to everyone. Alrighty, out of Regina, it's Mike Alexander. That's a 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. And in the right-hand lane is Brandon Bennett out of White City. That is a 84 Ford Mustang, another one of the Fox body that have proved so popular in drag racing over, well, since they showed up, really. Fox body rolled out, they made their way to the drag strip. That's how it goes. There should be a good match here. Don't see too many Belvederes anymore, so it's nice to see that one here in the condition that it is in. Just barely on the wrong side of red for Mike Alexander. Listen to this, folks. That's a 0016 on red. Just the wrong side of it. Brandon Bennett runs a 923 at 145 miles an hour. Mike Alexander runs a 1013 at 131. All right, in the left-hand lane, we've got Heller Bennett out of White City. That's a 1992 Ford Fox body Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, that's Camden Fiesel out of Regina. That is a 1979 Chevrolet Nova. Both these vehicles, both these drivers were very competitive last year. Again, we're going to see how it goes on our test and tune day. Of course, tomorrow, points race number 1. We're going to start collecting points towards that championship at the end of the year. But today, everyone is chasing that tree. Heller on the wrong side of the road as well, but not by much. Everyone's coming in pretty good, actually, on the reaction time side of things here. And it's going to be Camden Fiesel running at 10:43 at 129 miles an hour. Heller Bennett joined at 11:05 at 121. Very quick cars. If you speak metric, that's about 200 kilometers an hour, and about the span of 400 meters. If you speak metric, we vary here. All right, getting ready for our next pair here. That's going to be Arnie Josephson and Richard Skopik. Could we get testing only to 1 and 2, please? Testing to lanes 1 and 2. You'll know if you're on testing because you'll have test written on your windshield. You can make it to station lanes 1 and 2. First of our rail cars for the day. Nice straight paths for both vehicles here. And it's going to be an 821 at 164 miles an hour for Richard Skopik. And in the left-hand lane, that Cuda runs at 8.7 at 154 miles an hour. Those are some fast cars, ladies. Well. In the left-hand lane is Taryn McBain. That's a 2012 Diamond Dragster, another one of our rail cars. And in the right-hand lane is Al Allen out of Saskatchewan in the 1996 Oldsmobile Cutlass. I like the look of that car. You don't see too many Cutlasses converted to race cars, and this is a very nice example of one. So I am looking forward to seeing it run. And we know Taryn McBain, always a tough guy. But it's going to be Taryn McBain at the 783, 171 miles an hour. Al Allen runs an 884 at 130 miles an hour on that lap. Testers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to lanes 1 and 2. In the left-hand lane is Chris Kirkgessner out of Dundurn in the 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. And in the right-hand lane is John Bergen out of Nieuwenlage. That's a 1977 Plymouth Roadrunner, I'm going to say. We continue to make our way through our classes here, test and tune. Again, thanks to everybody for coming out and taking part today, making sure everything's good to go. Let's see how this matchup rolls down once we roll into staging lights. There we go. 0.06 for Kirkgessner in the left-hand lane. Quadruple twos for John Bergen on the reaction time that time. And at the top end, it's going to be John Bergen. That's a 926, 145 miles an hour. Chris Kirkgessner runs a 971 at 137 miles an hour. right, in the right-hand lane is Travis McBain. Nope. Yeah, Travis McBain. That's not a rail car, though. That's all right. The Snooker Shack sponsored. Oh, Sunbeam, right? I think that's what we're going with. And in the left-hand lane, car 2417. Don't have any information on it yet, so I can't share it with you. 0.02 on the tree for the right-hand lane, and look at that thing absolutely ripping up the track. Runs a 940 at 144 miles an hour, and left-hand lane runs a 1241 at 108. Just a reminder to everyone, left-hand lane does have right away at the top end. If you think you have problems, please pull off to the right-hand side. We're going to shut them down here quick. Got something to check out here. We want to thank Rod's Custom Carts and Hot Rods for providing us with this beautiful new cart so we can go and check things out. So we want to thank them. Make sure you visit them online or in person as well. Man, his inventory is great. If you hop onto his website, you can see all kinds of cars on there. And they're all immaculate. They're all just fantastic. So we want to thank them again for sponsoring our cart today. You can find them at rodscustomcarts.ca or rodshotrods.ca. So thank you to them. Just making sure everything is good to go on our track before we send the next pair here. So such is life. All right. We've got some more sponsors we can thank as well. We've got Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body in Saskatoon, ABS Competition Enterprises out of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking out of Clavette, Audio Warehouse Saskatoon, BBJ 5-star service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission, Hardcore Performance Specialties, Hub Automatic, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheels, Lesko's Distributors out of Edmonton, Newell Auto Inc., Performance Plus, Precision Performance also out of Edmonton, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair. Sounds like we're almost ready to go again. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, that is Jack Appleby in the 1970s. He's made the haul up to Emerald Park. Mark out of Ozer in the 67 Ford Falcon. This should be a good match, a Dart versus a Falcon. Roughly the same vintage, well, within 5 years. Roughly the same era of automobiles, as it were. So let's see how this one plays out. Mark wasting no time. He's in the pre-stage. Just gonna make him wait. Double 03 on the tree for Jack Appleby. What a great hit of the throttle. Great reaction time. Mark Dick will still turn on the ET light, though. He runs an 871 at 158 miles an hour. Jack Appleby runs a 929 at 142. All right, left-hand lane, Sean Lacham out of Pilot Butte, and in the right-hand lane, that says Rich Harder in the 88 S10 Chevrolet. Oh man, love seeing the different pickup trucks that come and join us at SIR. It's a testament that you can put anything you want into a drag vehicle. Pickup truck, you can do it. We've had SUVs at our Street Eagle events and stuff, so. Sean for Pilot Butte, won't forget about that reaction time, but that's all right. First hit of the season. And it's going to be Rich Harder with a 1031, 129 miles an hour. Sean from Pilot Butte runs a 946 at 143. Just a reminder, if you are testing, you can make your way to stations 1 and 2, please. Testers to stations 1 and 2. themselves a new ride. That is Ed DeJarlis out of Pilot Butte. That's a 1971 Dodge Challenger. You may remember he ran a Malibu the last few years. I've heard about this car. I have not seen this car, so I'm excited to see it run. Matthew Dixon in the right-hand lane, also out of Regina, is bringing a 1967 Mercury Comet to our test and tune today. Let's see. I have not seen Ed's vehicle run before. I am super curious to see how it goes. A little squirrely at the head of the car. We sound a little bit he's let out. That's all right. It's a new piece. Matthew Dixon's going to take the strike first. A 993 at 143 miles an hour. Ed runs an 1187. You can tell he was out of it with the mile an hour being 82. Testers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to lanes 1 and 2. We have another stop. Unfortunately, just at the starting line. That'll give us a moment to thank some more of our sponsors. We got Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM out of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, Saskatoon Co-op on Avenue C, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive. As well, we want to thank Batco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag, Unified Auto Parts, and Sask Auto Lift. It takes a lot of sponsors to make our track run, so that's why we're going to take some time and acknowledge all of that they do for us here. So we've got CIWS, that's Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding out of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete out of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zell Countertops. As well, we want to thank Sask Lotteries, The Snooker Shack, Crosscut Films, Axis Electric. We've got Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, Wendell Clark's, and Pepsi Cola Canada. If you are feeling hungry, if you need a moment, head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The food there is so tasty. I am so happy they are back here again joining us. I always enjoy the meals I get from them. As well, our souvenir shop is open today from 10 till 4. You can come and see our 60th anniversary apparel. We've got 60th anniversary calendars. We've got 60th anniversary license plates and stickers and some clothing. And if you've not seen it yet, head on over to our Facebook page to find the image that was on our 60th anniversary t-shirt. It is spectacular. Also, as well, we have a clearance rack of clothing ready to find its way to a new home. So if you've got a moment, if you need some SIR apparel, you can make your way over to the souvenir shop and grab yourself some cool swag. I think I might try and find a moment at some point to grab. I want one of those new t-shirts. That's the goal. I want one of those. So, and I want one today. This is the issue, right? This is the issue, but it's a good one. I'm looking forward to it. As well, we've got some insurance and safety sponsors. We've got Medivie Health Services. Again, sending us their ambulance to keep us safe here at the track. We've got to thank the Saskatoon Police Service and the Street Legal Safety Program, and you know them, you love them. It's SGI. We also want to thank Competition Muffler, Dennis Tire Center, OK Tire, Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers, Impressions and Thread, LB Signs, Lichtal Trophies, and Quick Times Magazine. Again, we have a lot of sponsors, and so we want to thank them all, let them know that we appreciate what they do here for us at SIR. Also, thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals, and the Rent It store as well. Again, we can thank Nordic Fencing, the Diesel Medics Limited, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotel Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travel Lodge Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Toy in Saskatoon, The Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, Last Mountain Berry Farms, Mac Tools, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics, Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Trucking, Trax Footwear, Triumph Contractors, And our MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, that's Kim Breckner. Astro Towing. Here Right Canada, Transcare Rescue, and Whitehead Trucking. If you are feeling a bit thirsty, you can make your way on over to the beer garden, grab yourself a cool, crisp, clean, responsible adult beverage, and enjoy some great West product. Engines are fired, so it looks like we're ready to head back to action here. Can we get testers to 1 and 2 and sportsmen to 5 and 6? That's sportsmen to 5 and 6, testers to 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2, sportsmen 5 and 6, please. All right, right-hand lane, Bob Fiesel. That's a 2000 Chevrolet Dragster. Left-hand lane, XX38. No driver info on this one yet, folks, so I can't share it with you, but it's a mean-looking machine. And again, one of our rails in that right-hand lane. Let's see how this one goes. The rails have been quick and straight so far. Can I get testers to lanes 1 and 2, please? Testers to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6, please. That is sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, we got Louis Fontaine Jr. out of Saskatoon in this 1967 Ford Falcon. We've got a couple of them out here. This one is in a beautiful blue. Let's see what he can do on this first hit of the 2026 season here at our test. Solid on the tree, good sign. Looks like he's got a nice straight path going. And of course, we'll turn on the wind light as he's got the by run. Still runs at 965 at 144 miles an hour. That's a good quick run for that car. Testers lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers lanes 1 and 2. Sportsmen, please make your ways to lanes 5 and 6. That's sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6. Just waiting for the staging lanes to fill back in again. So that's sportsmen lanes 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2, please. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsmen 5 and 6. Looks like we are moving into our testers class here, which is good. I like this class. Always interesting to see what people bring out to test. This is Dawson Sayes out of Prince Albert. 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, but as you can tell, there's not much left stock on that 69 Camaro. Just seeing if he can have a solo shot here. Send somebody with him. And in the right-hand lane, that is Stolen Dignity. Stolen Dignity making its first pass of the year. Dawson from Prince Albert making his first pass of the year here. I love that Camaro. Stolen Dignity. Love the paint job. Old school all the way. Love it. But let's see what happens. This is our testers here. Again, testers 1 and 2. Sportsmen 5 and 6, please. Sportsman class 5 and 6. A little bit of drama for both vehicles there at the hit of the throttle, but they both got them gallered up. And it's going to be Stolen Dignity running a 927 of 166. Dawson runs a 10:49 at 126 there. Although I think maybe the lanes got swapped on me. Yes, that is what happened. Sorry, it's stolen dignity. No, that's right. We want to thank all of our staff. Again, they've been working hard since early this morning, getting ready for today, and certainly throughout the week as well. If you followed us on Facebook and Instagram, you've seen some of the behind-the-scenes work that goes into making these race weekends what they are. So we want to thank all of our staff for that, for dedication, their time, as well as a great number of volunteers as well for our street legal program that we do, but also just for everything else that goes on at this track. So thank you to staff and volunteers, and looks like we are ready to go. All right, in the left-hand lane is Gerald Carlson out of Saskatoon in the 1979 Chevrolet Camaro. I've seen this car run a few times. I think it's been at street legal. It's done some other stuff. It is bad fast, so I'm looking forward to seeing it run. Car 92 in the right-hand lane, also getting in some tests in here today. And this should go green pretty quick, I think, here. A little bit on the wrong side of red for both vehicles there. Jared's got that Camaro absolutely cooking, and it's going to run through the quarter mile in an 898 at 131 miles an hour. His opponent in the right runs an 1187 at 113. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, please make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to 5 and 6. Junior Street, please make your way to 3 and 4. Junior Street, this is your first call to staging lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Junior Street. You can make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, just be a moment here. Next pair ready to go. In the left-hand lane, that is out of Melfort, the 78 Olds Cutlass. Right-hand lane, car 65. 85. At any rate, doesn't matter. It's going to be Tim going through it on 1132, 119 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, that vehicle runs an 1159 at 110. Junior Street, you can make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is Junior Street to 3 and 4, Sportsman to 5 and 6. Junior Street, 3 and 4, Sportsman, 5 and 6, please. All right. Derek Turner making the drive from Winnipeg, Manitoba to be here with us today. That's a 2014 Shelby Mustang. And he is going to be running in our test class here. He's got himself a bye run. Made the haul from Winnipeg to be here with us, so that is good to see. Nice to see some interprovincial stuff happening. Got a few vehicles from Manitoba here today and at least one from Alberta, so hopefully the word about our track service will continue to spread and we're going to see more and more vehicles. Just getting a feel for it on that pass. You can hear he's not quite wounded all the way out, but that's all right. I believe it's licensing, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's doing what he needs to do that. Licensing here, bit of a graduated process. Run it out hard to certain distances. Get a feel for it. Show that you can control the vehicle, and that's exactly what he did. Ran at 1650 all the same at 70 miles an hour. Sportsmen, if you are here and want to get some hits in, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4. That is Junior Street to 3 and 4, please. All right, looks like we are moving into our sportsman division here. Getting our first pair of them going. I like the sportsman division. A little bit more stock vehicles than you might see in some of our other classes. All right, in the left-hand lane is car 757. If I remember from when I saw it, it's a AMC Javelin, of all things. And in the right-hand lane, there's Chad Novak. That is not a Ford Mustang. That's a Dodge Dart. This one's got Hot Wheels on the license plate. All right, let's see how this one goes. You got to think it favors the Javelin a little bit. When we go bracket racing tomorrow, it may not matter. But for right now, well, I mean, it's practice, so it doesn't matter. But also, as you all know, practice totally matters. Oh, looks like he tripped the red on that one a little bit. Chad Novak getting in that reaction time dialed in. It's going to be the AMC opening up the top end, and the AMC is going to run through. Oh, he rolled the beam, so I don't got a time for him, unfortunately. Chad Novak, though, runs a 17:49 and 81. If he runs that time super consistently tomorrow, he'll be competitive. That is the name of the game when it comes to bracket racing. Not necessarily ultimate speed, but ultimate consistency. In the left-hand lane is Amanda Jasic out of Regina. That's a 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. And in the right-hand lane, we've got car number 800. Let's see how this one goes. Amanda's been racing here forever, as it were, so we'll expect some consistency as well. Right now, we'll find out how it goes with the hit of the light. Just on the wrong side of red for Amanda this time, though. I'll turn on the wind light for the right-hand lane. But so be it. Still going to run a good time, though, at 11:62 at 118 for the Trans Am. And for its opponent in the right, runs a 12:14, 112. Turns on the wind light because the Trans Am went red. All right. Always checking the ever-important starting line. Not that there's an unimportant portion of the quarter-mile drag strip, but the starting line, if all things are equally important, the starting line is slightly more equal. But that's all right. Let's see. Just making sure everything's going. Again, thanks to all of our staff today, putting in the hard work. Just a quick moment to take a look at the track, make sure it's going to do what we would need it to do when any of our vehicles hit the throttle. Again, if you're in the Junior Street division, you can make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4. This is Owen Desjarlais out of Regina. That's a 1976 Chevrolet Vega. This car was quick last year. I assume it will be quick again this year. Of course, as you got to know, everyone's been fine-tuning all winter. And certainly not in the last week, right? Everyone was done a month ago, I'm sure. Absolutely nobody was thrashing on their car last night getting it ready. But, point one, street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal. Staging lanes 5 and 6, Junior Street lanes 3 and 4. Street legal division, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. There's some sunshine. I've been waiting for some sun. It feels like forever. I'm glad it's finally decided to turn up and join us here today. for our test and tune. So again, making sure everything's ready to go. Junior Street Division, looks like we're going to run them solo here today for our test and tune. All right. So this is Tatiana Liss out of Aberdeen. That's a 1990 Chevrolet Camaro, one of the catfish-looking ones there. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she's going to have well, obviously has to have a co-pilot. Getting used to everything that we do here at SIR. The Junior Street Division is a great place to start. You just need a guardian or a parent or responsible adult to ride down with you. We run the Junior Street out to the 8th mile. They do not run the full quarter. And right now, as we're getting a few of them used to it, we might see some more solo shots here, as we will with Tatiana. And let's see, just getting used to everything. It's a bit of a different feeling than you think it ought to be. Just getting some instructions, making sure everything is good to go. There is no better place to start your drag racing life, though, than in the Junior Street program. And also we'll see one of our other classes, the Junior Dragsters, a little bit later today. But the Junior Street is a good place to start. Just get used to the mechanics of the track, as it were. Getting used to staging and pre-staging and all of that stuff. It looks simple, but it is more difficult than one might think. Now we're just going to get rolled out here. And then roll back in. A bye run for the 99 Camaro here. Staged, bumped, pre-staged rather. Bumped in. Let's see how it goes. Tatiana from Aberdeen in a 99 Chevrolet Camaro. Making her first pass, if I'm not mistaken, ever. Absolutely doing it the correct way. Making sure everything hooks up. Not letting the car get out in front of her in any stretch of the imagination. So there we go. It's wise to do. Runs through the 8th. Pretty conservative run, but that's all right. There'll be more passes to be had today for sure, but you got to start somewhere, and that was a solid start as you get. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Can I get Junior Dragsters to 1 and 2? Junior Dragsters, please make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2. And just getting used to the return road at the top end for our 99 Camaro. And we're set for our next Junior Street to go. Let's see. This is Carmen Blanchard. Carmen's running a 2015 Dodge Ram Sport. You can tell from the back corner it's maybe seen some better days, but that's life in Saskatchewan, right? It happens. Junior Street and licensing, so we'll see how this one goes for Carmen. Did anyone see that Dodge is bringing back, or Ram as they are now, I suppose, bringing back the muscle trucks they announced earlier this week? What was it? The Rumblebee was one of them. Nice to see the Rumblebee name making it back. Again, Dodge / Ram / I guess Stellantis now. They're still pretty involved with the whole drag racing business, bringing their muscle trucks to market. And Carmen's got a pretty solid reaction time on that pass, 0.28. And again, we just run the juniors out to the 8th mile, runs at 10:26 at 70 miles an hour. Boy, that truck was cooking in the 8th mile there. It does have the Hemi, as the tailgate says, so you know it's going to be pretty quick And indeed it was, running a 10.26 at 70 miles an hour through the 8th. Just a reminder, of course, that the left-hand lane does have right-of-way at the top end. So if you're in the right-hand lane and your opponent hasn't cleared the track yet, please just wait for them to do so and then clear the track yourself. And our next. Oh, looks like we're going to have a pair of juniors this time. All right. So in the left-hand lane, Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell. That's a 2012 Toyota Tacoma. And in the right-hand lane, as Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy in the 2020 Dodge 3500. All right. This should be a good one. A pair of pickup trucks in our junior street division. Let's see. Again, there's no points on the line today, but there's always bragging rights on the line. Point 2 for the big Dodge in the right-hand lane on the tree, and out to the 8th. It looks like it's going to be the Dodge. The Toyota's going to have to do some work to catch up. Not going to happen, though. The Dodge runs a 10.30 at 66. The Tacoma runs a 10.96 at 64 miles an hour. Not too far behind. Gave away a little bit at the tree, but that's how it goes. First hit of the season. That is why we are here. We're testing the vehicles, but also testing the drivers as well. You know, it's been a long winter, an extremely long winter this year, so everyone's probably got a little bit of rust. Junior dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2. Got street legal in staging lanes 5 and 6, please, and junior dragsters to 1 and 2. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6 if you're going to get a run in here. Walter Furness in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette finds its home in the VP Fuels lane on the left-hand side of the track. Chad Novak in the Dodge Dart in the Tiger Automotive lane on the right-hand side of the track. This will be a battle of reaction times for Chad Novak, because we expect that Corvette to be a little bit faster than the Dart. So let's see how it goes. Chad did, in fact, get the better of it at the tree on that time. 0.04 to a 0.05. Walter Fernando obviously opening up all of the taps on the Corvette here. And it runs at 1087 at 130 miles an hour. And Chad Novak will run through the 1748 at 80 miles an hour. Of course, when we go bracket racing tomorrow, it'll be a little bit different look. All right, in the left-hand lane, that is Caitlin DeJarlis out of Regina. That is it says Colorado on my thing, but that's not a Colorado. That's just got to be is that a Ford Focus? Ed, send me a text and tell me what that car is, please. Carrie Reap, oh my goodness. Carrie Reap in the right-hand lane. That's a 2014 Ford Mustang. 0.34 on the tree for Carrie. 0.72 for Caitlin. And let's see how this one plays out. Caitlin's hanging in there. Hanging in real close, actually. Let's see what it looks like at the top end. Carrie Reap, 14.97 at 93 miles an hour. Caitlin runs through it at 14.94 at 88. All right. Junior dragsters, if we've got any more, can make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate it, buddy. This is Maya DeJarlis in the 2013 GMC 1500. Oh, I see. It's the Orca now. So that's a bit of track lore here. We had a Colorado at one point called the Blue Whale. We have upgraded to the full Orca killer whale here. And in the right-hand lane is Roy Wright out of Vanscoy in the 23 dual-motor Tesla. 0.12 for Roy Wright on the tree. Not a bad one for Maya in the left-hand lane, 0.49. Let's see it. Of course, the Tesla's going to go through the top end first. 1238, 112 miles an hour. And the GMC Sierra runs a 1688 at 83 miles an hour. Again, when we go bracket racing, the lights will be different. They won't leave at the same time. The faster vehicle will have to wait. The slower vehicle will have a set number of seconds to get away, because the idea in bracket racing is simply this. If both vehicles perform as the dial-in time says, they should both arrive at the finish line at the same time. The difference then would be reaction time. But of course, it's not just reaction time, it's how everything hooks up. Does the car run as expected? Did the temperature change? Any kind of thing change? So certainly, there are a number of variables, so that's what the numbers on the windows are for, getting those dial-in times for tomorrow. Pro 5.6? Nope. Just getting set up for one of our next divisions, which is the Junior Dragster Division. This is a fun class to be a part of. I've worked top end for them a little bit last year, which is always a good time. And of course, just because they're in the Junior Division doesn't mean they're not competitive. So we will see how this one goes. Excited to see the Junior Dragsters rejoin the fray here.
So you want the straight line back there instead of...
And again, just making sure all the safety equipment is exactly the way it should be. This is a neat class. This is something that I would have liked to have done as a child, but yeah, alas. But it is great to see it as part of our program here at SIR again. Just getting all the belts tightened down.
Are you running junior skip before you be...
I'm running the juniors, then I'm prepping, then we'll run the licensor, and then we'll do
another skip? What do we got, 4 juniors here? 3, 4? Tyson, I thought it was his rear end that went, because I heard a clunk when he launched, and then he said he got into it again, and then it clunked again, and I thought it was his crown opinion, but then when we pushed it, there was no sound, and he goes, so he tried it in low, and it wouldn't move.
Okay, in junior dragster, the right lane always has the right of way. Yes, junior dragster, right lane always turns off first, because the left one has to cross over to make the turn. Remember that?
As we draw closer to the lunch hour here in about 45 minutes, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat, or over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing Great West product. help support the track, bring those receipts for the Great West products back to the beer gardens, and that helps us out.
Okay, once they're ready, let's get going. Rick Bell, whereabouts are you? Okay, are you doing something there, I take it? Yeah, 'cause I need him to spray in a couple minutes. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Good, how are you? Good to see you.
All right, we've got our first two junior dragsters of the 2026 season making their way to the starting line. It's going to be Thomas Jasic and Leah Jasic. A little sibling rivalry. You know, this is the best place to solve a sibling rivalry, of course, I'm sure. You know, whoever loses has to do more chores at the end of the day, right? I'm sure that's exactly how that works. Or perhaps that's how they wish it worked. I don't know. But at any rate, we are good to go with our first junior dragster. My apologies, that's Jasic Flamin on there. The computer lied to me. It's okay, but I've got it figured out now. So that's Thomas and Leah Jasic Flamin. My apologies. All right, the junior dragster division, they run the 8th mile as well. We've got our safety truck up at the top end as well to help guide them off. Should be a good run. I'm sure they've been waiting all winter to get back into the cockpit of those junior dragsters here. Again, we got a brother and sister rivalry. Just getting ready to rock and roll. Again, it's been a bit. It takes a moment to knock the rust off, all the reflexes and everything. Here we go. 0.09 on the tree for Leia in the right-hand lane. 0.32 for Thomas. Down to the 8th mile. They are rocking and rolling. Let's watch our junior dragsters go. And through the top end, Thomas Jasic Flamin runs at 12:11 at 51 miles an hour, and Leia runs at 12:86 at 53 miles an hour. A little bit more mile an hour at the top end for Leia at the end, but a little bit more ET for Thomas. And we've got our next junior dragster going here. Let's see. This should be Victoria Desjarlais out of Regina in the 94 Cosby MTC junior dragster. Getting some help from Ed here. Ready to go. Again, this is one of the families that runs out here, the Jasic Flamins as well. The Desjarlais have a whole crew out here too, so it's good to see. Just making sure she's ready to go. Ed helping Victoria get staged in here. First hit of the season. Should be a good one. Solid reaction time off the start there. Gonna wind it out to the 8th mile, and let's see what Victoria runs. She runs a 14:27 at 36 miles an hour, which is faster than I was going at that time in my life. So good run for Victoria on that one as well. I believe I saw an interview with her from the Majestics Car Show. You can find that on our Facebook page, Saskatchewan International Raceway. If you want to hear a little bit more about our junior dragster program. And it looks like we're just going to drag the track here, do a bit of things to get turned around. And we will be back with you all once that's done. Just a reminder to Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. If you're in the Pro class, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. Looks like we're just doing a drag and a spray here. So if you have some time, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6 that for our Pro class. If you want some souvenir swag shop, it's open until 4 for all of our 60th anniversary gear here at SIR.
Sometimes you'll get like a bit of time where you can go do that.
Pro class, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Alrighty, we are back to action, folks. This is Derek Turner out of Winnipeg. He's on a licensing pass here in that 2014 Shelby Ford Mustang. And Pro, you can make your way to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6. Getting some heat into the tires on that burnout there. So again, on a licensing pass, it won't be a full pull just yet, I don't suspect. Has to demonstrate control of the car as it accelerates, as it gains speed. So that's the goal here. And tags up where he needs to. And a run of 10 even in the quarter mile, all the same, 96 miles an hour. That car is going to be bad fast once it gets into its full pulls here in the full quarter. And we're going to get our Pro Division rolling again as we continue our test and tune to start our 60th anniversary season here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. Ready for the big noise, the burnouts, all that good stuff here. So let's sit back, enjoy on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. All right, in the left-hand lane is Frank Behozoff out of Yorkton in the 77 Chevrolet Nova. And in the right-hand lane is Harlan Coquell out of Warman. Let's see how it goes. Frank had a good pass last time, as did Harlan. I'm sure they're looking to repeat that. Gain some more data. 0.05 with the tree for Frank on that one. Out through the top end, it's going to be Harlan Coquell, 1044, 129 miles an hour. Frank Behozoff runs an 1198 at 112 miles an hour. All right, in the left-hand lane is Austin Samolewski in the 81 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, that is Rick Harris out of Saskatoon in the 91 Ford Mustang. Classic matchup here between the pony cars, the Camaro in the left-hand lane, Mustang in the right. Again, we're not racing for points, but are you ever really not racing? I don't think so. So let's see what happens here. Nobody ever wants to give up the win light to their rival. Both stages at exactly the same time. Austin on the tree, 0.05. Rick's going to have to do some work to catch him in the Mustang. Looks like the Camaro is opening up the taps here towards the top end, and indeed it will go through first. 1089, 123 miles an hour. Rick Harris in the Fox Body Mustang runs at 1148 at 118 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane is Ryan Magnus making the drive from Unity in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane is Jared McIntosh out of Outlook in the 1966 Chevrolet Chevelle. The battle of the muscle cars here from two very different eras. One from the 60s, the original muscle car era, and one from the 2010s, the resurgence of the muscle car era. Let's see how this one plays out. The Camaro goes red on this one, so the win light's going to go on for Jared McIntosh, and he's going to run a 974 at 140 miles an hour. Ryan Magnus runs a 1081 at 127 miles an hour in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. All right, in the left-hand lane is Tim Bonnell out of Watrous, Saskatchewan. That is a 1998 Pontiac Trans Am, an example of the last generation of the Trans Am, that fourth gen. Of course, it didn't get the resurrection that the Camaro did. GM, what are you thinking? Get the Pontiac Firebird back out here. And in the right-hand lane is Sidney Weeks. That's a 1964 Dodge Polara out of Saskatoon. Time advantage goes to Sidney Weeks on that one. Tim's going to have to do some work to chase it down. I don't think he's going to happen, though. No, Sidney Weeks runs a 1323 at 103 miles an hour. 1490 at 68 for the Trans Am. Must have backed off. All right, the left-hand lane, Al Guyman out of Viceroy. That's a 1970 Plymouth Duster. And in the right-hand lane, that is Rashena Gierzbowski out of Warman in the 76 Plymouth Duster. So we got the Plymouths taking a pounding from the other Plymouths here. We'll see who rises to the top. Reaction time for the Duster in the right-hand lane. And excuse me, right-hand lane Duster all the way on this one. It runs at 1037, 127 miles an hour. And the 70 Duster in the left-hand lane runs a 1476 at 96. I suspect it's got some more to give, though. All right, in the left-hand lane is Henry Reamer out of Plumas, Manitoba. That is a 1978 Volvo wagon. I know one of my coworkers is going to be very excited about the Volvo joining us here today. And in the right-hand lane is Walter Furnetz out of Bigger. That's an 08 Chevrolet Corvette. He's made a few passes here today. This is going to be the second one for our friend in the Volvo. Yanking the wheels on the Volvo on that hit, folks. That is power and traction combined. And the Volvo's going to run a 968, 135 miles an hour. Walter Furnetz runs a 1091 at 130. Great run for both vehicles. Love seeing those wheels yank up. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane, we've got Brian Hicks in the 1969 Chevrolet Chevelle. And in the right-hand lane is Perry Duncan out of Regina. Actually, they're both from Regina. And the Chevrolet Biscayne from 1966. So we've got another Queen City throwdown here. See who's going to take the bragging rights back to Regina. Again, we're not racing for points yet, but bragging rights, man, they're still important. You still want some of those. Both vehicles yanked the wheels on that one. A little bit more for Perry on the right-hand lane, but still a phenomenal indication of the power of both vehicles. Tuned up, ready to go. Perry Duncan runs a 1060 at 123 miles an hour. Brian Hicks runs an 1110 at 120. In our left-hand lane, we've got Dwight Grzybowski out of Martinsville in the 74 Plymouth Duster. And in the right-hand lane, that is Camden Fiesel out of Regina in the 79 Chevrolet Nova. Should be a good matchup here of the mid to late 70s muscle cars, such as they were. But obviously, neither of them are in stock configuration anymore. So what mattered in the 70s doesn't matter today. And it's going to be Camden Fiesel turning on the wind light, 1039 at 129 miles an hour. Dwight Grzybowski runs an 1185 at 113. In the left-hand lane, that is Floyd Scribner out of Humboldt in the 70 Plymouth Cuda. And in the right-hand lane, if I'm not mistaken, that's Lindsay Scribner. So again, we've got a bit of a family showdown happening here. A family feud, if you will. Lindsay out of St. Albert, Floyd out of Humboldt. Gets the better run at the tree, and you can hear they're both wound all the way out. Let's see, it's going to be Floyd Scribner getting there first, 976, 135 miles an hour. Lindsay led out of it at 1230 at 63. Turning into a beautiful day for drag racing. Bit of a cross breeze, but at least the sun is shining. Haven't seen enough of it so far this spring, so I'm glad it decided to turn up and be with us today. Again, we're just making sure our track is ready to rock and roll before sending the next through to the burnout crew, or the burnout box, rather. In the left-hand lane, that is Jansen Atten out of Outlook, Saskatchewan in the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, it's one of the Desjarlais clan. This one is Keith in the 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. Making the drive up from Regina, Jansen out of Outlook. Jansen had a very good season last year. He was looking to repeat, I'm sure. Let's see how this one plays out. Again, not for points, but still. Solid reaction time for Keith on that pass. It's going to be tight at the top end, and it's going to be Jansen Attenroy at 11:35 at 93 miles an hour. Keith runs an 11:51 at 116 on that pass. Again, we're gathering some data before we go points racing tomorrow. Bracket racing is a little bit different. It's not heads up. It leads. Leaves on a staggered start when we go to points racing tomorrow. But right now, it is Brandon Bennett out of White City in the 1984 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, that is Mike Alexander out of Regina running the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. It should be a good hard match. Another one of our Fox body Mustangs here. This one obviously no longer in stock configuration, even remotely. But that doesn't matter. It's still here. It's running in our Pro class. Just on the wrong side of red, folks, from Brandon Bennett. Listen to this. 0042 red. Ah, man, just a sliver away. Mike Alexander runs a 10:10 at 132 miles an hour. Brandon Bennett runs a 9:21 at 145. Wind light, of course, goes over to Mike because of the red light. All right, in the left-hand lane, it's Anita Hendry from the Arm of Dundurn in the 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. And in the right-hand lane, representing Clavette, is Corey Samolewski in the 1971 Chevrolet Camaro. A battle of the muscle cars. This is basically period correct between the late 60s and the very early 70s on this pass here. So let's see how this one goes. Race, it was Anita Hendry turning on the wind light at a 1071 to a 1062. Coming up right away now, we've got Barbara Stettner out of Regina in the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, Ryan Doherty in the Bad Influence Dodge Challenger. This one a 1972 model. Hang on, the Bad Influences come to the line. Barbara Stettner rocking the 80s Camaro in the left-hand lane. Let's see how this one goes. Anniversary stuff. We've got the 60-year calendar here that's been dropped off for me to take a quick look at, and it's a beauty. Oh, and it's even better. It's got all of our races already on the calendar for you, so you don't have to circle them. It is just. We've got Terry Wagner in the 52 Chevrolet pickup truck. And in the right-hand lane, that's Paul Piervuk out of Sundre in the 1986 Ford Mustang. He's made a bit of a haul to be with us here today. We're glad to see him here. Speaking of this calendar, though, you got to go and take a look at it. The photos alone are going to be worth the price of admission. Across all the eras here at Saskatchewan International Raceway, you definitely want to go, yeah, you're going to want to buy one of these. Hang it up in your garage, hang it up wherever. It's going to go to Paul, 13, 19, and 63, obviously let out at the top end. Terry Wagner with the full pole runs a 10:04, 131 miles an hour. And that souvenir shop is open till 4 o'clock today. You can grab our 60th anniversary apparel, calendars, license plates, and stickers. All right, in the left-hand lane, that's Kimberly Gullicher out of Saskatoon. That's a 1968 Pontiac Acadian. And in the right-hand lane is Ryan Appleby out of Emerald Park. That's a 1968 Dodge Charger. This should be a fun matchup. You don't see a ton of Acadians anymore, so it's nice to see one in fighting trim, as it were, here at SIR. Ryan Appleby, obviously no stranger with that 68 Dodge Charger. Miles an hour. Kimberly in the Acadian runs an 11:03 at 121 miles an hour. Super Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. In the left-hand lane, that is the Scat Rat of Braden Haru. That is a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. And in the right-hand lane, we've got Heller Bennett out of White City in the 92 Fox Body Ford Mustang. Braden again won the class last year. He's going to be looking to repeat again this year, but you know he's going to have a target on his back. Every champion knows that everyone comes gunning for you the next season. It may be practice right now, but it may not be practice later. Oh, just about identical reaction times, 0.02 for both of them. Braden Haru's opening up the taps through the quarter mile. Going to run a 940 at 144. Heller Bennett runs an 1105 at 120. Good, solid reaction times for both of them on that one. That bodes well when we go points racing tomorrow. All right, in the left-hand lane, we've got Andrew L. out of Balgony, Saskatchewan. That's a 1970 Dodge D100. And in the right-hand lane, that is Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. That's 71 Plymouth Duster. Man, that is a beautiful example of the Duster, and the D100 is just phenomenal to look at. That is such a neat truck. All right, let's see. They both bump in this pre-stage. And in the runs a 916 at 145. Andrew L. runs a 966 at 136. In the left-hand lane is Glenn Hendry out of the RM of Dundurn in the 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. And in the right-hand lane, that is Ken Daly out of Regina in the 1971 Dodge Dart. Different breeds of the Mopar brand ready to clash here. Plymouth in the left-hand lane, Dodge in the right-hand lane. Look at the wheel stand from Ken Daly on that pass. And look at the reaction time. 0002 on the wrong side of red. 0002 on the wrong side of red for Ken Daly. He lifted the wheels a long way. That was a phenomenal pass. He runs a 1010 at 132. Glenn Hendry runs a 1052 at 128. But look at the wheel stand. If you're following along on YouTube right now, go back and replay that. That had to look amazing. And again, 0002 red. Just within his and we've got a buy run for car number 2308. Getting the feel for it here. Super Pro, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. There we go. This is Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina in the 1962 Plymouth Fury. He had a good pass last time. A little bit on the wrong side of red, but he's motoring all the same. And Fuzzy runs an 11:55 at 117 miles an hour on that pass. That was a good run for him. Super Pro, station lanes 5 and 6, please. Again, you can head on over to the souvenir shop, grab yourself this absolutely gorgeous 60th anniversary calendar. There are so many cool photos in here. The schedule, the race schedule, the all-important race schedule is already there for you. You don't have to circle it. You don't have to look it up. It's just there. Oh, man, it is such an immaculate piece. It is, and it's a good size, too, so like all of the photos are just a treat to look at. So definitely make your way on over to the souvenir shop. It is open till 4 o'clock today. Grab yourself some 60th anniversary apparel.
Okay, sorry.
Testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2, please. Got distracted looking at the calendar. I'm sorry. Richard Skopek, left-hand lane. Cliff. No, let's see. Yeah, Cliff Horn out of Germany in the right-hand lane in the 77 Roadrunner. Let's see. It's one of our rail cars. They were fast earlier. Out at 812 at 165 miles an hour. Right-hand lane runs at 907 at 146. Testers to station lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to station lanes 1 and 2. Left-hand lane, that is Kim Bodnard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. That's a 1984 Chevrolet Camaro, rocking the black with orange flames. And in the right-hand lane, that's Arnie Josephson out of Regina. That's a 1967 Plymouth Barracuda. I think this is Kim's first pass of the day. Getting ready to go grab some data here on our testing tube. Bit of smoke on the right-hand lane there. We're going to go check that out. Something let go on the Barracuda in the right-hand lane. You can see a puff of smoke of some sort. Hopefully it's nothing too major, but we're going to go check it out right now. Anyways, make sure there's no further issues that we need to deal with. And we want to thank Rod's Custom Carts and Rod's Hot Rods. You can find them at 2631 and 2623 Faithful Avenue. We want to thank them for sponsoring that beautiful cart there. Sounds like we've got something down at the 8th mile mark. We're going to go check that out. While we've got a moment, we're going to thank our sponsors again. Last Mountain Berry Farm, spread the joy. You can find them at the World Wide Web, lmbf.com. We've thanked Rod's Custom Carts and Rod's Hot Rods for the beautiful cart that they have given to us here that they're sponsoring. Thank you to them. Tiger Automotive for sponsoring that right-hand lane. They are your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. You can find them at tigerautomotive.com or you visit them in person at 286 Venture Crescent. And in the left-hand lane, that's VP Fuels when it matters most, vpracingfuels.com. We'll also thank Flamin Trailers. They build their business one relationship at a time. You can find out more about them at www.flamin.com. As well, we need to thank Butler Buyers. Welcome to Insurance Made Easy. ButlerBuyers.com. You can visit them at 301 4th Avenue North or 3929 8th Street East. Q-Line Truckin', moving the world. QLineTruckin.com, or you can find them at 101 Wirtz Avenue in the Corman Industrial Park. Testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Just taking a look at the track here, but testers 1 and 2, please head on. Sorry, testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. There we go. Can you tell I'm in test and tune mode yet today? We're getting it squared away here. We'll figure it out. Again, we want to thank all of our staff for being right on top of it here, checking out what's going on. Just waiting to hear what's going on, but looks like, as you can see, the full crew is heading out. So if you are needing a bite to eat, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself some of the best damn food you can have at a racetrack, or the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens, and enjoy a Great West product. Again, you can leave your receipts for the Great West product with the Beer Gardens. That helps us out if you're able to do that. So again, might be a bit. I'll keep you updated kind of as I know more. But certainly a good time to go grab yourself some food from Hector's Grub Hub or grab yourself a responsible adult beverage from the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens. Also, now would be a good time to head on over to the souvenir shop.
Finally got your new engine? Finally got your engine back? Yeah. Where do you want this?
Sounds like we got a little something just down at the right-hand edge of the track there, so we'll be a bit getting that cleaned up. That is the latest right now, and I'm sure we'll let you know as we know more.
Not yet, I'm bringing them this week. Yeah, no, I'm going to bring them home this week. No, but I was thinking. Yeah, it's coming. My buddy from dad was passed away. He's got a 94, or 04 or 94. Long box, 2,500 Cummins. It's got 41,000 kilometers on it. It's stored inside all the time. It's got a all front. It's mint. Like absolutely mint. And I told him put some in the auction.
While we wait, we're going to continue to thank our sponsors again for helping us to go racing yet again this year. And there's a bunch of them. So again, with Q-Line Trucking, Performance Plus, innovative performance upgrades, performanceplus.com, 416 22nd Street West here in Saskatoon. Audio Warehouse, you can find them at audiowarehouse.ca in Saskatoon and Regina. Kubota Saskatoon as well, they sponsored the orange Kubota with the FOD Mac on the back of it, foreign object debris mat. We've used it to pick up some parts here over the last year, so it's been wonderful to have that. Again, Globe Printers, they've been making clients look good since 1973. You can find them at globesas.com, 217 Jessup Avenue. And again, we need to thank our ambulance crew for being out here with us again. Live life, live fully. www.medavie.ca. Thanks again to our paramedics. Hopefully that you have a very calm, relaxing day in the ambulance today. And yeah. OK Tire, we're more than tires. We're a one-stop shop. You can find out more at oktire.com. Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance, racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. You can find out more at queencityperformance.ca or 1414A Lawrence Street in Regina. And SGI, take care out there. sgi.sk.ca for your insurance needs. As well as Great Western Brewing Company, the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. You can find out more at gwbc.ca and turn in your receipts for your Great Rest products to the beer garden, as that goes to help the track. And again, big thank you again to the Mackenzie Automotive Wholesale Group for sponsoring our beer gardens. Also want to take a moment to thank YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition Enterprises out of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking in Clavette, Audio Warehouse in Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission of Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties, and Hub Automatic Transmission, also both of Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Lesco Distributors out of Edmonton, Nuo Auto Inc., Performance Plus, Precision Performance, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, the Co-op on Avenue C here in Saskatoon, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive for sponsoring that right-hand lane. We can also thank Batco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag, Unified Auto Parts, and Sask Auto Lift.
When you get all toasty in there, right? I'm sure I fell asleep in the staging lanes. Oh, fuck yeah. Like get those off.
And of course, Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dyna Crane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zell Countertops. As well, we want to thank Sask Lotteries of Saskatchewan and the Snooker Shack in Saskatoon, and Crosscut Films.
I'm sure I've dozed off. Sure. Right, yeah.
We'd also like to thank Axis Electric, Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, and VP Racing Fuels, Saskatoon and Calgary. Also, Wendell Clarkson, the Pepsi Cola Canada Group, and the Saskatoon Police Service, and our Street Legal Safety Program and SGI. Competition Muffler, Dennis Tire Center, and OK Tire of Saskatoon, Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers, Impressions in Thread, LB Signs, List Towel Trophies Limited, Quick Times Magazine, as well as United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals, and the Rent It Store. We would also like to thank our sponsors, Nordic Fencing, Diesel Medics Limited, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotel Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travel Lodge Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Toy in Saskatoon, Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, Glass Mountain Berry Farms, Mac Tools, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics Incorporated, Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Trucking, Trax Footwear, Triumph Contractors, and our MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Kim Breckner, Astro Towing, Here Right Canada of Saskatoon, Transcare Rescue, and Whitehead Trucking. And also, you've seen him out today. It's Richard Bedford with the photography for today, so a thanks to him for being with us. As well, you can find us online at racesir.com, Saskatchewan International Raceway on Instagram and Facebook, and we are streaming live today on YouTube as well. So thanks to everybody who's watching on YouTube. I see there's a few viewers today, so shout out to you for joining us remotely today. So thank you. Again, thank you to everyone just hanging tough with us here, getting the track turned back around. It's just the nature of the game sometimes, right? Just the nature of the beast. So we'll get it turned around, though, and we will let you guys know more. But again, if you are hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is open. Grab yourself a bite to eat, or if you need a cool drink, you can head on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden.
he's out putting water down.
That's the sound of action kicking off here again. Thank you for your patience as we got the track turned around, everyone. Much appreciated. Thanks again to all of our staff for getting her done. All right. Just get the next pair rolled in and we will be back to it here right away, folks. Thanks again for hanging out with us today on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. In the left-hand lane is Travis McBain, and in the right-hand lane is Grant McIntosh in a 1960s Chevrolet Camaro out of Outlook. Big smoky burnouts for both of them there. A way to announce that we are back to it here at SIR. Our 60th anniversary season continues today and tomorrow with points race number 1. Ready to rock and roll. It's Mark Dick out of Osler in the left-hand lane in the 1977 Ford Falcon. And in the right-hand lane out of Chaplin, Saskatchewan is Scott Uremko in a 1967 Acadian Conso. From the same model year, obviously neither in stock configuration anymore. So let's see what happens when the lights turn green. Just sneaking by at the end. Mark Dick, 8.74, 158 miles an hour to a 9.21 at 99 for Scott Uremko. Must have let it off at the top end a little bit. But Mark Dick from Osler laying down a shot, 8.74, 158 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we've got Matthew Dixon out of Regina in the 1967 Mercury Comet. And in the right-hand lane, it's Taryn McBain in one of the other rails here. This is a 2012 Diamond Dragster, ready to rock and roll. Again, this is one of the fun things about bracket racing. You get some pretty wide variety in our classes here. We've got the rail in the right-hand lane and the full-body car in the left-hand lane. We'll see. This could be a pretty good race. They're both with the big burnouts there. On the tree, wound all the way up to the top end. 781, 171 miles an hour. Matthew Dixon, 9.8 at 144, 7.8. I think that's our quickest lap time of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Lane is Al Allen in the 1996 Oldsmobile Cutlass, and in the right, out of the arm of Dundurn, Schwab in the 1975 AMC Hornet. That thing is going to be looking to sting on its pass here today, but that Cutlass was super quick on its last pass. So let's see what. outstanding pass. 8.8 seconds, 150. All right, we've got Louis here in a 1967 Ford Falcon from Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, of Pilot Butte, Saskatchewan in the 1967 Chevrolet 2. Pair of door slammers, identical here. Locked horns on the streets of 1967 if you were there. Let's see. Wrong side of red for Sean from Pilot Butte on that one. Let's look at the last time though. A 935 at 140. And for Fontaine Jr., that's a 942 at 145 miles per hour. That's Jamie Fiesel with the old school burnout in the right-hand lane. That's a 1932 Bantam Altered from Pasquale. And in the left-hand lane is Jack Appleby in the 1972 Dodge Dart. There, any mosquitoes that were thinking about growing are no longer going to be doing so. Thank you to Jamie Fiesel for that one. That is a beautiful 1932 Bantam Altered. And the Dart obviously no slack either. Let's see how this one plays out. Double 039 for Jamie Fiesel on that one. Double 021 red for Jack Appleby, just on the wrong side of green. Jamie Fiesel runs at 875, 126 miles per hour. Jack Appleby was trying to chase him down with a 928 at 142, but ran out of top end. This is quite a matchup, folks. In the left-hand lane, Jack Friesen out of Osler in a 1936 Fiat Cape. And in the right-hand lane, I love this thing. This is a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino under the command of Kelly Morrison from Saskatoon. I don't know that I've seen the Fiat before. If I have, it's been a bit, so it should be a fun one to watch. Those old school kind of altered vehicles are pretty neat. And of course, the big block El Camino in the right-hand lane looking to lay down a shot. Both on the wrong side of red. A little bit of a hiccup for Kelly Morrison there. The Fiat, though, is getting away. And it runs a 991 at 130 miles an hour. And the big El Camino goes through at a 1550 at 61 miles an hour. As you saw, had a few issues there, though. That obviously it contributed to that lap time in mile an hour, but better luck next time, right? This is why we're testing and tuning today. Tomorrow we go points racing. Just waiting for the top end to clear before we set our next round of burnouts. We have got Rich Harder in the Chevrolet S10, the 1998 edition out of Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, we've got Wayne McKinnon in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier. Again, if you bought a Cavalier in 1997, it absolutely did not perform like this one's going to. It is bad, fast, and so is the GMC, or so is the S10. Let's see how this one plays out. I like the mini truck. I like the, you don't see a ton of Cavaliers in race configuration, so this is a fun one to see, folks. Good reaction time for Rich Harder on that one. Wayne McKinnon is opening it up at the top end, though. 927, 145 miles an hour. The S10 runs a 1035 at 129 miles an hour on that pass. Good stuff, everyone. And we've got a bye run for the AMC Javelin in the right-hand lane. This one was at our street legal 2 weeks ago, so it's nice to see it bump over to our test and tune today and hopefully into our point series tomorrow. This car was pretty quick. So let's see what it does. He's got a solo shot to track to himself here. Let's find out. Good. He runs a 1071, 128 miles an hour. Solid performance for the Javelin. Top clear to top end. This is Bob Fiesel in the 2000 Chevy Dragster. And in the right-hand lane, that's Kim Breckner in the 1932 Austin Bantam. That's a beautiful Bantam. I love that. And, of course, one of our rail cars in the left-hand lane. This should be a very quick pass. All right. We are locked. And loaded. On the tree for both of them. Holy Toledo, look at that thing go. 750, 174 miles an hour. 750, ladies and gentlemen. And Bob Fiesel runs an 889 at 145. That Bantam altered was on rails. That was so cool. Man, All right, Taylor Fiesel on one of the other rails. This is an 01 SW Dragster. Let's see how this one does. He's got the track to himself here. Got a bye run. Kind of nice to have on a test and tune day. Just got to worry about yourself. Taylor Fiesel with a great reaction time, 006 on the tree, runs an 832 at 125 through the quarter mile. Just a phenomenal reaction time. Again, that will take you some distance when we go points racing tomorrow. All right, looks like we are into testers, if I'm reading everything correctly here. Everyone just getting some data here today. Now, you hear me talk about data a lot, and that is because for bracket racing, everything matters. Air temperature matters, humidity matters, sunlight matters, track temperature matters. It all matters. And so every time you take a pass down the track is information, and information will help you set up the car for when it's time to go racing. Because you might need to change something between the morning and the afternoon. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. We'll get you locked and loaded to go once the testers are done. So that is Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. And on track, we've got Dawson Says out of Prince Albert in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, and George Scott out of Battleford in the 67 Chevrolet Nova. Both on tests on this pass. Of course, every time you go to the line with somebody, you want to get to the other end first. It doesn't matter if you're testing or not. left-hand lane, we've got Mike Gross out of Regina, the 2000 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, that is Rob Tankman, also out of Regina, in the 1970 Plymouth Duster. You know they'll both want to be the king of the Queen City here, so we'll find out what happens. You can see the parachute pack on the back of the Duster. You know it means business. Parachute pack on the back of the Mustang as well, for that matter. That's one of the FN95 Mustangs that were very, very popular in the late 90s. Again, not stock anymore, but who needs stock when you've got all that horsepower? Decide to let it go. Parachutes at the top end, 925 at 111 miles an hour, and a 907 at 108 in the left-hand lane for the Mustang. Also let the chutes go just to make sure they work, so now, it says Keith, but I'm pretty sure this is Ed DeJarlis, and this is the new Dodge Challenger. We've talked about it a lot last year. I hadn't seen it yet. I've seen it run once now. It was bad fast. And Jared Carlson in the right-hand lane in the 79 Chevrolet Camaro. It's also bad fast. So let's see what this looks like. A little bit of a step at the head of the funnel. Let's go, let's go. Camaro edges it out, 882 at 145 miles an hour. The Challenger runs a 1010 at 129. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Junior Street 3 and 4. Just giving the track a little look-see here. Make sure it's all squared away. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street lanes 3 and 4. Derek Turner's making another licensing pass. He's made the haul out from Winnipeg in the 2014 Ford Shelby. That's a beautiful looking Mustang there. Again, it's been fast so far. The licensing got approved that he's got control of the entire distance of the track, so each time he goes, lengthens it out a little bit. Lets it leg out. Let's see what distance he's running. Oh, big poof there. I don't know what happened. Maybe just missed a shift or something. Through the top end. Let's hear from the track folks. I don't know if there's anything that needs investigation.
Pretty quick.
A little bit of a bang and a puff of smoke on that one, but apparently nothing on the track, so we will keep on rolling. We're moving into our Sportsman division now. Again, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street lanes 3 and 4. Chad Hot Wheels Novak in the right-hand lane in the Dodge Duster. Car 800 in the left lane. Selter, I think, is what the vanity plate says, if I'm reading that right. All right, let's see how this one goes. Reaction time advantage to the left-hand lane on that 1.19. And a 1209 at 113 at the top end. And Chad Novak's going to run through at a 17:38 at 82 miles an hour. It's a pretty good run for that little dart, if I'm not mistaken. We'll be pleased with that. All right, we've got Owen DeJarlis out of Regina in the 1976 Chevrolet Vega, and Amanda Jasic-Flamin in the 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. As we know, big fan of the Trans Ams up here in the tower, so I always look forward to seeing this car run. They're just so slick and so smooth. Now the Vega's no slouch, don't get me wrong. Amanda's going to be heartbroken with that reaction time. 0006 red. Oh, in the neighborhood, but on the wrong side that time. Still runs at 11:58 at 118. Owen DeJarlis will turn on the wind light because of the red light. He's got a 12:14 at 112. All right, in the Tesla is Roy Wright out of Vanskoy. It's a 2023 model. This is a dual motor Tesla. And in the left-hand lane is the complete opposite end of the spectrum there. That is Glenn Wright out of Vanskoy in a 72 Dodge Challenger. Reaction time advantage to the Tesla. The Challenger's trying to outrun him. The Tesla's hanging in there, though. But it will be the Challenger at the top end. An 11:30 at 120 miles an hour. The Tesla runs 12:29, 114 on that pass. Good stuff. Again, I love the variety of drag racing. You've got the electric car in the right-hand lane and the big gas-powered machine in the left. All right, in the left-hand lane, it says Glenn Hendry on the thing, but I thought that was Chantel's car, but I might be wrong. It's a 1970 Plymouth Duster, all the same, out of Dundurn. And in the right-hand lane is Jay Steele, a Saskatoon 1987 Chevrolet Blazer. I love the wheels on the Blazer. It's got like the spokes, hubcaps there. It's pretty sick. Wrong side of red for the Blazer that time, though. And it's going to be the Hendry Duster storming away. And it's going to go through the top end in 12:74, 106 miles an hour. The Blazer runs a 14:07 and 97. And it looks like we've got one of our junior streets on a solo pass next here. 4th gen Catfish Camaro coming to the line. It's a beautiful white color that Chevrolet had in that era. No complaints there at all. And yeah, it's going to be a solo shot, just getting the feel for it. Junior Street has its own point chase as well, and that'll be contested tomorrow and throughout the season as well. So it's a matter of getting in that seat time now and those practice. And yeah, it was a very competitive division last year. I suspect it will be again. Again, the bracket racing sort of takes the performance side down a notch in that you need to be consistent on both your reaction times and your elapsed times when we go bracket racing tomorrow. But for today, we're testing, we're tuning, we're getting a sense for it. This will be an 8th mile shot for Tatiana Liss out of Aberdeen in the 1999 Chevrolet Camaro. A little bit of a hitch on the start, but that's all right. I'm going to reload that one there. Just a quick sec here, folks, and we'll get it going. No better place to learn to drag race so than Saskatchewan International Raceway with our junior street program. You got an adult or a guardian and a vehicle that can pass through tech. You can come and compete in our junior street category. We run 8th mile here for it. And back in and staged. Just on the wrong side of red a little bit there, but just rolling through, getting the right idea. Easy on the throttle. It's a different feeling, especially with a bit of the crosswind that we've got developing here at SIR today. And now you can see rolled into the throttle pretty nice. And through the 8th, 21, 23 at 41 miles an hour, just getting a sense for it. That's the way to do it, though. Nice and easy. No sense in overdriving it just yet. And we'll wait to clear the top end before we send our next junior street legal vehicle. All right, Carmen Blanchard is next in the 2015 Dodge Ram Sport. This one, as the tailgate proclaims, does in fact have the Hemi in it. Junior street and licensing on this one, so it's a solo shot. It was a pretty quick truck last pass, though. It's quick in the 8th, and that's all that matters. Again, consistency will be the name of the game tomorrow, but for right now, let's just find out what this thing can do. Take the mile an hour, take the time slips, do some math, figure out if this is exactly how you want it set for tomorrow. Just on the wrong side of red a little bit there, but no problem. And that thing winds out pretty quick, actually, once it gets going. And it runs at 1077. It's 68 miles an hour through the 8th. That 2015 Ram Sport, one of the Dodge muscle trucks. Definitely the way to go. Thanks again to all of our staff today for putting this one on for our test and tune. We've been here since very early this morning getting the stuff squared away. And again, certain members of the staff and volunteers throughout the week keeping the action going as well. So we want to thank all of them for their time and their dedication to the sport of drag racing and to Saskatchewan International Raceway in particular. Speaking of Saskatchewan International Raceway, if you want some 60th anniversary swag, you can head on over to the souvenir shop. It's open till 4 o'clock. We've got a gorgeous 60th anniversary calendar for sale. We've got license plates and stickers and an absolutely fantastic t-shirt as well. So head on over to the souvenir shop and grab you some, because it's going to be a hot commodity as the year goes on, I'm sure. All right, left-hand lane is Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy. That's a 94 Dodge 2500. And in the right-hand lane is Nikita Blanchard. That is a 2012 Toyota Tacoma out of Bradwell. The import truck versus the domestic truck. Let's see how this one shakes down. Dodge with the advantage at the starting line. Dodge with the advantage all the way through the 8th, it's going to look like. 10:38, 67 miles per hour. The Tacoma runs through an 11:23 at 64. Again, when we go bracket racing tomorrow, if these were the dial-in times, the Tacoma would get a chance to leave first. Based on the elapsed time, and the Dodge Ram would have to chase it down. That's when your reaction time comes in. That's when in the knowledge of your vehicle to get that dial-in time correct comes in. So it maybe looks uneven today, but certainly tomorrow, keep an eye on that Christmas tree, because the lights will go down at different times based on who's driving. And we're going to send Tatiana Liss around again from Aberdeen. Another pass in the Camaro. Just getting the sense for it here today. So, again, takes a lot of courage to come out and try something new. So we're glad she's here, putting it through its paces. Those 4th gen F bodies are quite the thing to look at as well. I'm a big fan. So let's see how it goes this time. Again, just figuring it all out. All right, pre-stage lights come on. Takes a bit of a feel to get for it. There we go, staged and green. There we go on the reaction time that time. A little bit more spirited out at the start as well, so that's good. Getting the hang of it out here. There we go. And through the 8th, 1483 at 38. Picked up about 5 miles an hour for the last pass there, so that's good. Trending in the right direction. We're going to give Street Legal a call and Junior Dragster as well. So, Street Legal and Junior Dragster, if you could make your way to the staging lanes, please, that would be good. Saskatchewan International Raceway welcome the Sweet Revenge 3. What a beast of a vehicle this one is. This, I believe, it is an inaugural pass here at SIR. Get it backed in those tire tracks that got made there. Beautiful, beautiful vehicle. This is the 3rd iteration of the Sweet Revenge. You know it's going to be looking to be competitive this year. Everyone wants to be the champ when we get to the end of the points chase. The 60th anniversary only comes once, so you want your name on that trophy or on that plaque. And it all starts today in Test and Tune. As you can see, they've got this thing backed up exactly where they want it. With the Sweet Revenge 3. And this is Mason Boschman at the wheel today. It's a 1932 Bantam altered. We've seen a couple altereds so far today. The Boschman team, if you're familiar with tractor pulling at all, owned the Boss Blue pulling tractor from back in the day. But of course, they've invested heavily in their drag racing as well. And the Sweet Revenge 3 is a brand new piece ready for this year. Big fan of the colors on this one too, that deep red with the gold and the black. This thing should absolutely fly if they can get it hooked up the way they want to. Got a solo shot coming up on its own. Pre-staged. Lights come on. Bumped in all the way. Into the throttle and lets out of it. Just getting a feel for it here. Yeah, gonna let all the way out of the throttle, it looks like. Just getting a sense for it. Still runs a 1382 at 72 miles an hour, even not being in the throttle at all. So that gives you a bit of an indication of just how fast that thing will be once it's all locked in and ready to go. We get street legal to lanes 5 and 6, please. And junior dragster to lanes 1 and 2. That's street legal to lanes 5 and 6. And junior dragster to lanes 1 and 2. Street legal lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragster 1 and 2. Street legal 5 and 6, please. All right, Caitlin DeGarlis is back. It says Chevy Colorado on my screen, but that is obviously not that. And in the right-hand lane is Carrie Reap in the 2014 Ford Mustang out of Saskatchewan. Caitlin making the haul up from Regina to be with us for our test and tune this weekend. That car was very, very quick, its first pass. And now when you get the bit of the hang of it, I'm sure it will be even faster this time around. Carrie Reap with the starting line advantage on that one. The little hatchback's going to have to do some work, but I don't think it's going to quite. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see what happens. No, the Mustang gets there at a 14.95 at 94. The hatchback actually ran a little bit faster, 14.84 at 95, but gave away too much on the tree, and that's the margin of victory in that one. Otherwise, a very even drag race all the same. If there's any more street legal, it's 5 and 6. Junior dragster 1 and 2, please. All right, next pair ready to go. Chad Novak in the dart in the left-hand lane. And the big GMC Orca. That is a 2011 Sierra 1500. At one time, there was a Chevrolet Colorado here. It was the Blue Whale, and so obviously we've upgraded up the food chain a little bit here to the Orca. And it's going to be the Orca going through at a 1705, 83 miles an hour. Hot Wheels. The Dodge Dart runs a 1750 at 81 miles an hour on that pass. Our next pair, two different ideas here. Roy Wright out of Vanscoy in the 23 Tesla dual motor, and Walter Furnett in the left-hand lane in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette. Locked in, and the Tesla's just on the wrong side of red, 0.08 to a 0.05 for the Corvette will get to the top end first. It runs at 1093 at 131. Roy Wright in the Tesla runs at 1233 at 113. And next will be our junior dragster division. We'll just take a moment to get the safety truck and crew out to the top end. They'll be running an 8-mile pass as well. And part of the program with the junior dragsters is we have a couple of our staff stand at the top end and just do a bit of traffic control to make sure everyone gets off the track safely. And so it just takes a moment to do that. And we've got a special gate that we open up for our junior dragster crew so they can turn off a little bit sooner than having to go the whole way down the length of the track. So that just takes a moment to get set up. And sooner rather than later, we'll be sending our junior dragsters down the track once more. All right, we are set to go with our first pair of junior dragsters here. It's going to be Thomas Jacek Flyman in the left-hand lane and Victoria Desjarlis in the right. Last time Victoria had a solo, so this time she's going to have someone in that other lane. It changes the feel a little bit, but ready to go all the same. Victoria with a better reaction time on this one. And let's see what happens when we get out to the 8th mile. Thomas Jacek Flyman runs an 11.98 at 53 miles an hour. Victoria runs a 14.80 at 45. Good run for both vehicles on this one. And this is Leah Jacek Flyman in her junior dragster, locked in and ready to roll. Solid on the tree, 0.45. And winding its way out to the 8th mile. Can we get Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Pro to station lanes 5 and 6. Test and tune continues, so please, Pro, head on down to station lanes 5 and 6. Let's get Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, thanks again for your patience, everyone, in our brief turnaround here. We are ready to go once again. An exciting day. Always exciting to begin an anniversary season, especially a big one like the 60th. Again, hard to believe that within the legislature, our MLA here gave us a shout out, letting us know that they recognize that we've been here for 60 years. So that is some fantastic stuff right there. Thank you to everyone who is out here a part of it, racers, staff, and certainly the volunteers throughout the weeks as well as we have prepared for the 2026 season. Test and Tune is carrying on. And we're going to start it up with our licensing test here. This is Derek Tanner again out of Winnipeg, 2014 Shelby Mustang. Hopefully we'll get a bit of a full pull this time. Had a bit of issue on the last pass, so hopefully that's a bit smoothed out. It's a fast car, you can tell. All right, burnout is complete. Rolling straight up to the staging lights. Bumped on in right away. A little bit of RPM in the motor, pretty solid on the tree. Much better run on this pass. That's a 971 at 149 miles an hour for Derek Turner from Winnipeg on his licensing pass. And next up, our pro category. We have got Al Guyman out of Viceroy in the left-hand lane, the 1970 Plymouth Duster. And in the right-hand lane, Frank Pahozoff in the 77 Chevrolet Nova, making the drive in from Yorkton to compete again this year. '70 Duster, 72 Nova. Slight advantage on the tree. It's vanished now, though. Frank Pahozoff has got the Nova going. And the Nova is going to go through the top end, 1197, 112 miles per hour. The 70 Plymouth Duster is going to run a 1441 at 99. In the left-hand lane is Keith DeJarlis. This is a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. I like what he's got on the back there. Go fast, don't die. Words to live by, I tell you. And in the right-hand lane is Martin Marchuk out of Regina in the Ford Mustang, a 1968 edition. That thing is clean looking for sure. Let's see how it locks horns with that Beaumont. The Beaumont's been quick. Top end, 1076 at 130. And the Beaumont runs a 1403 at 44. left-hand lane is Perry Duncan out of Regina in the 66 Chevrolet Biscayne. And in the right-hand lane is Harlan Coquell out of Warman. I think these two are in the lanes opposite on the last set of protesting. Let's see what happens this time. Oh man, everyone is chasing the tree so much. Red light, 009 though. Super, super close. Just got to be on the other side though. So the wind light will come on for Perry Duncan, 10:49 at 125, 10:53 at 129 for Harlan Coquell. All right, we want to thank Rod's Custom Carts. If we got something to go take a look at the track, you can find them. RodsCustomCarts.ca, Rod's Hot Rods as well. Thank them for sponsoring this cart so we can get up and down the track very, very quickly if we need to take a look at anything. So yeah, thanks again to Rod's Custom Carts. You can find them, rodscustomcarts.ca, 2631 Faithful Avenue in Saskatoon. Or you can visit Rod's Hot Rods for hot rods, customs, and sales at rodshotrods.ca, 2623A Faithful Avenue. Thanks again for sponsoring our sweet-looking cart here. As well, we want to thank our sponsors, Last Mountain Berry Farm, Spread the Joy, lmbf.com. You can find some delicious jam there for sale if that is what you are looking for. Tiger Automotive, sponsoring our right-hand lane. They are your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. TigerAutomotive.com, 286 Venture Crescent. And VP Fuels, VPRacingFuels.com for when it matters most. Left-hand lane is Henry Reamer out of Plumas, Manitoba, 1978 Volvo wagon. It's rocking an LSX underneath its hood. And in the right-hand lane is Roshana Grzybelski out of Warman in the 1976 Plymouth Duster called Stolen Dignity. This is a fun matchup, folks. Import versus domestic. Again, nothing imported about the hood of the engine underneath the Volvo. 09 on the tree for the Volvo. What a way to yank the wheels up. And through the top end, 973 at 135 miles per hour. The Stolen Dignity Duster runs a 1039 at 127. Phenomenal run for the Volvo. Battle of the Samoleskis here, both from Clavette, both driving Camaros. It's Corey in the left-hand lane with the 1971 version of the Chevrolet Camaro, and it's Austin in the right-hand lane with the 1981 version. This should be a fun matchup. Man. Two Camaros separated by a decade. Ready to go. Austin with the better of it up the tree, .01. Let's see how it shakes down at the top end, though. Corey looks like he's reeling him back in. It's going to be a close one, folks. Yes, it is. 10:59, 127 for Corey in the left-hand lane, and 11:02 at 122 for Austin in the right-hand lane on that pass. What a great showdown of those two Camaros. Alrighty, left-hand lane, Brian Hicks, Regina, 1969 Chevrolet Chevelle. And in the right-hand lane is Dwight Grzybowski out of Martinsville. That's a 1974 Plymouth Duster. Lots of Dusters on the premises here today. Not as many Chevelles, though, so let's see how the Chevelle sticks to the track. Yanking the wheels on the Chevelle a little bit there. 0-3 on the tree. 0.21 for Dwight. And through the top end, it is Brian Hicks. 119 miles an hour. Right-hand lane, Dwight Grzybowski runs an 1188 at 113. We are getting... That's another Dodge Challenger in the left-hand lane. This one belonging to Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy. It's a 1972 edition. And in the right-hand lane, a 1964 Dodge Polara. Sydney Weeks from Saskatchewan on this one. So we got a duel of the Dodges developing here today. Very, very even on the tree. Looks like the Challenger's starting to wind it out on the Polara, though. And it's going to be the Challenger getting there first. 1184, 114 miles an hour. Polara runs through 1314, 103. Just a quick check of that starting area here. We're good to go. Send to the next burnouts. All right, in the left-hand lane is Kylie Montour out of Warman in a 1995 Chevrolet S10. And in the right-hand lane is Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn. It says Ford Roadster, but that's not like any Ford Roadster I've ever seen. It's a Chevrolet Nova, if I'm not mistaken. But I do know that's an S10 in the left-hand lane for sure. Alright, let's see. A little bit early for Kevin in the right-hand lane. We'll see what the elapsed time is, though. Lapse time, 10:78, 127. And for Kylie, that's an 11:35 at 130 for the little S10. This should be a fun one, folks. Walter Furnette's in the left-hand lane. The 08 Chevrolet Corvette. Glenn Hendry in the 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. Separated by a few decades, sports car versus muscle car, but both domestic, so let's see how this one goes. Walter's been quick today, but Glenn obviously no slouch either. Oh, double 056 for Glenn Hendry. Gonna be happy with that. Huge starting line advantage. Carries it through the quarter, 10:52 at 128 miles an hour. Walter Furnette 10:91 at 131 miles an hour is putting off the top end. That reaction time, 0:05. Glenn will be absolutely smiling about that one. Got a bye run for Jared McIntosh in the 66 Chevelle out of Outlet here. Nice big burnout again as well, getting those rear slicks heated up, making sure they can find traction when he goes to hit the throttle once the light goes green. Should be a quick pass, I think. Christmas tree today. This one is a 005 red light, though. Still, though, 984, 139 miles an hour. He's going to be happy with the It's one of the 4th Gen F bodies back. This one belonging to Tim Bennell out of Watrous. This is a 1998 Pontiac Trans Am, just absolutely gorgeous in silver. And in the right-hand lane is Steve Carlson out of Delisle in the 1973 AMC Javelin. He's been getting in lots of passes between our street legal nights and our test and tune today. I suspect he'll be ready to go points racing once tomorrow rolls around. Tim Bennell, though, with the Trans Am, is going to try and get this one going. 0.21 on the tree for the Trans Am. The Javelin's going to have to work from behind to catch it. Let's see. Pretty even out past half track. Looks like the Javelin's starting to pull away a little bit, and that is correct. 1084, 128. Trans Am runs in 1131 at 123. Everyone's trying to get the information to get their dial-in time squared away. Make sure it's all correct. Left-hand lane is Anita Hendry in the 1968 Barracuda, and Rick Harris from Saskatoon in the Fox Body Mustang 1991 edition. This should be a good one. Rick's been fast, and Anita, obviously, you know it. She's going to be fast as well. So let's see what happens here when the light turns green. Loaded it on in. Oh, Anita on the tree, 0.01. Everybody's hunting triple zeros today. Anita's thinking about it. Oh, 1071 at 125 miles per hour. Rick Harris runs in 1123 at 120 miles an hour. All right, left-hand lane, Lindsay Scribner out of St. Albert in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda. And in the right-hand lane, hailing from Unity, it's Ryan Magnus in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. This is a fun matchup, the Cuda and the Camaro, separated by about 40 years. This should be a fun one. Both cars we know, we've seen, are quick. Red light for Ryan that time, though. Lindsay Scribner's opened up the taps on the Cuda and runs a 968 at 137. Ryan Magnus runs a 1090 at 124 miles an hour. Speedy car, I tell ya. Left-hand lane is Andrew L. Right-hand lane, Kimberly Gullisher. Andrew out of Balgony in the 1970 D100, and Kimberly out of Saskatoon in the 68 Pontiac Acadian. We'll watch this one. That truck is absolutely quick. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Andrew L runs a 964 at 137 miles an hour. Kimberly runs through 11 even at 122. And we're going to get Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Dale Weiss out of Regina with the 1970 Oldsmobile 442W30, and Paul Pierviewek out of Sundre in the 88 6 Ford Mustang. He's making a bit of a haul to join us here today. We're glad to have him. And indeed, making the haul from Regina as well for the Oldsmobile. So we've got a pretty good contingent from across Saskatchewan and indeed from some of our sister provinces next door as well. Thanks to everybody who's made the haul up to come and be a part of our test. Dale turns on that red light, all with on the tree. 1041 at 129 for Dale, and 1072 at 123 for the Mustang in the right-hand lane. Please, Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes. Jake Fiesel out of Regina in the 87 Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane. And Floyd Scribner in the right in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda. He's made the trek in from Humboldt. Jake has made the drive up from Regina. This should probably be a good one, folks. He's locked in. But turns on the red light. That'd be red light good night in competition, but in test and tune, don't worry about it too much. He runs a 971 at 135. Jake Fiesel runs a 1045 at 127 in the Chevrolet Camaro. Left-hand lane, Heller Bennett from White City in the 92 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, I believe that's Barbara Stetner in the Camaro. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. For Heller Bennett. Barbara Stetner runs a 1303 at 108 in the Camaro. All right, in the left-hand lane, we've got Ryan Doherty in the 1972 Dodge Challenger. And in the right-hand lane, Camden Fiesel out of Regina in the 1979 Chevrolet Nova. Let's see what this one can do. Sometimes Doherty has yanked those wheels right off the track. Let's see what happens this time. And Ryan Doherty's going to turn on the wind lights at a 1010 at 132. Camden not very far behind though, 1041, 129 miles an hour. Margin of victory, if you're interested, 0.24 seconds. Ryan Appleby is back from Emerald Park in the 1968 Charger. He finds himself up against Mike Alexander, also out of Regina in the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. absolutely after the Christmas tree today. Ryan Appleby, 973, 136. And Mike Alexander in the Belvedere runs a 1009 at 132. Brandon Bennett out of White City with the 84 Mustang, and Ken Daly out of Regina with the 71 Dodge Dart. Now, if I remember correctly, Ken had a pretty solid wheel stand on his last pass here, so let's see if he repeats that for us. The right combination of power and traction, and sometimes those front wheels will lift off. Foxbody Mustang heading through the top end first, 920 at 146. Ken Daly runs a 1004 at 133 in the Dart. All right, left-hand lane. From Emerald Park, Mark Bennett, 1971 Plymouth Duster. Jansen Atten out of Outlook in the 82 Chevrolet Camaro. Jansen is one of the organizers of our home quarter drag and drive that's coming up Father's Day weekend. So circle your calendars for that one. That's going to be a fun event. And runs a 1064 at 121. Again, the goal tomorrow will be to run the same elapsed time every time, or at least the elapsed time that you write on your windshield. 1966 Ford Fairlane of Nolan Penner in the left-hand lane. He's from Martinsville. And in the right-hand lane, the man who needs no introduction, Braden Haru out of Saskatoon. The 68 Cutlass 442, known as the Scat Rat. Nolan Penner runs an 1189 at 85. Another Ford Fairlane, this one belonging to Harold Penner. 1966 edition again, and Terry Wagner out of Regina in the 1952 Chevrolet pickup truck. Harold Penner's got the wheelie bars on the back there. We'll see if he needs them. Terry's been quick so far today. Chase him down, but I don't think it's going to happen this time. 1018, 129 for the Chevrolet pickup truck, and that's a 1059 at 127 for the Fairlane. And we're going to see our licensor again, Derek Turner out of Winnipeg in the 2014 Ford Mustang. The Shelby edition. Getting some laps in, getting some seat time, getting some licensing. We'll Thinking he's going to be going racing. Good burnout for Derek on that one. Let's see how this pass goes. Last one was nearly a full pull. This one probably will be again. Again, got to prove that he's got control of the vehicle the entire length of the quarter mile. A little bit of a wander out of the groove there at about 330. Finds the handle, runs a 1022 at 122 miles an hour. Good solid pass. We know there will be more to be had once the groove sticks there. Testers to the lanes, please. 1 and 2. Okay. Testers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to lanes 1 and 2. Kim Bodnar to the right-hand lane with the Snooker Shack sponsored entry, and look at them go. What a drag race. Bodnar goes through 886, 153. McBain runs a 948 on 143. Turning on the wind light because Kim went a little bit red. That is the burnout of Kelly Morrison in the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino, and Mark Dick is in the right-hand lane in the 1967 Ford Falcon out of Osler. I love the El Camino. I think they are neat. I think they should make a comeback. And this 1970 version is a beaut. And probably a hoot to drive as well, I suspect. Miles an hour, and the El Camino is going to run through 1420 at 82. McBain in the left-hand lane with the 2012 Diamond Dragster, and in the right-hand lane, Jack Appleby in the 1972 Dodge Duster. One of our rails against one of our door slammers here. Let's see how it plays out. I always like seeing these different matchups. I love the variety of vehicles that we get here at SIR, and this is a classic example of that. Dragster left-hand lane, door car right-hand lane. 007, Taryn McBain on the tree, 785. lane, Cliff Horn out of Germany, 1977 Plymouth Roadrunner. Right-hand lane, Al Allen, Oldsmobile, 1996 Cutlass. Both just clean-looking cars, big burnouts for both of them. Let's find out what happens when the lights go green. Cliff may have needed to let some smoke clear out of the cockpit there before rolling forward. He generated quite a bit on that burnout. Both into pre-stage. And stage. Testers to lane 1 and 2. That's testers to lane 1 and 2. All right, left-hand lane. Sean Lasham out of Pilot Butte, 1967 Chevrolet 2. And in the right-hand lane is Chris Kurt Gessner out of Dundurn, a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. Sean from Pilot Butte is the official supplier of clothing for SIR, impressions and thread out of Regina, so we want for our fantastic clothing. And let's see what's happening. Now we're gonna push Sean out. That's never what you want to see. Chris will get the solo shot on this one. I don't see what happened, but oh well. And we're going to back Chris out here as well. Testers, make your way to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers, lanes 1 and 2. Left-hand lane is Wayne McKinnon in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier. And in the right-hand lane is Grant McIntosh out of Outlook in the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. This should be a fun one, folks. Both these cars are quick. Different philosophy, of course, between the Cavalier and the Camaro, but doesn't matter once you stoop them up to go drag racing. Testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. To the top end, it's going to be Wayne McKinnon, 923, 146. 946 at 144 for Grant McIntosh and the Camaro. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn in the left-hand lane with the AMC Hornet 1975 model, and Jack Friesen out of Olsler in the right-hand lane in the Fiat Cape. It's a 1936 model. It's obviously had some work done to it, but it's a beautiful piece of work. So let's see how it performs. It had a good run last time. I'm thinking that it's going to be looking to repeat again this time. The Hornet was quick as well, though. Again, there's no points on the line, but you know. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. That is Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Testers 1, 2. In the left-hand lane, Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua in the 2000 Chevy Dragster, and in the right-hand lane, Louis Fontaine Jr. in the 1967 Ford Falcon out of Saskatoon. At the top end. The Falcon runs through at a 9.65 at 143. We get Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Got a solo shot here. Leroy Schmidt from Saskatoon with the 1986 Buick Regal. This is his first pass of the day. 4. Junior Street to 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. And Leroy and the Regal runs a 925 at 144. In the left-hand lane in the 1988 Chevrolet S10, and in the right-hand lane is Taylor Fiesel in the SW01 Dragster. Should be a fun one. Again, I love the diversity, the variety of the vehicles we get. Small mini truck left-hand lane, Dragster in the right-hand lane. It doesn't get any better than this. It's 803 at 162 165 for Taylor Fiesel. Rich Harder runs a 1036 at 129. And we've got one of our Altereds in the left-hand lane there, ready to rock and roll. And in the right-hand lane is George Scott from Battleford, running the 1967 Chevrolet Nova. The Altered was quick on its last pass, as was 002 on the tree for the Altered. Bit of a wander, though, out at 60 feet. Finds the straight, though. 759, 176. And the Nova's pointed at the guardrail. We got Junior Street to 3 and 4, Sportsman 5 and 6. Looks like we've got an issue for the Nova. Shut it down. And we'll just get them pushed back out of the lanes here. Unfortunate, but that's the thing with building race cars. You always find the weakest part. Every time you build something stronger, well, you find the next weakest thing. And on and on and on it goes. As far as I've been told, it never ends. It's just the reality of racing. Junior Street 3 and 4, please. Junior Street 3 and 4. I see a bunch of you already there. But if there's any more, you can join in at lanes 3 and 4 for our Junior Street class. Yeah, we'll just get the starting line squared away again before we send the next set. All right. Right back at it here. It's Mike Gross out of Regina going to be coming up in the Ford Mustang here. And it's going to be Rob Kangman out of Regina. That model of Mustang was super popular when I was growing up. They were all over the place in Moose Jaw. They were pretty popular. They were pretty quick too, no doubt about it. Right-hand lane, Plymouth Duster 1970 edition. It's got the parachute pack out back. And I believe, if I remember right, he threw those parachutes at the top end last time just to get a sense for how they're going to go. Mustang's got the parachutes. He's going to let the Duster go a little bit before breaking the beams. Big wander out to the left for the Mustang that time, and the Duster's backed off the throttle. All right, so Mustang 988, 92 miles an hour. Duster 1809.42, obviously had some issues though. It was on a pass, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. So hopefully nothing too major on that one. Starting line crew saw something they didn't like, so we're going to shut them down for a quick sec here. ID what's going on, and looks like Top End's also out there looking as well. Always good to check just when vehicles don't perform the way you think they were going to. This is Jamie Fiesel from Pasco in the 1932 Bantam Altered. It was speedy on its last pass. It's got a by run here, so it'll be a solo shot. Bit of a dart to the inside at the hit of the throttle, but straightened it out nicely and runs still 877 at 154. Oh man, good run. Moving into our sportsman class now. Chad Hot Wheels Novak in the Dodge Dart in the left-hand lane. Hot Wheels on the vanity plate. Amanda Jacek Flamin in the right-hand lane on the 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. Double 067 for Chad on the tree. He's going to be very pleased about that, especially when we go bracket racing and the ET times is limited by the dial-in. Amanda Jacek Flamin runs an 1160 at 118 miles per hour, and Chad Novak follows through to 1748 at 80 miles an hour. Alrighty, making the trek from Weyburn is Adam Stelter. That's a 1968 Chevrolet Impala. And in the right-hand lane is Roy Wright out of Vanscoy in the 2023 Tesla dual motor. 68 Impala, beast of a vehicle. Very, very even on the tree for both. Looks like the Impala's trying to walk away. The Tesla is trying to reel it back in though. This one is going to be tight through the top end, folks. 12, 14, 112 for the Impala. 1231 and 113 for the Tesla. Margin of victory, 0.12 seconds. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane is Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy, the 1972 Dodge Challenger. And in the right-hand lane is Owen DeJarlis out of Regina in the 1976 Chevrolet Vega. Can we get street legal to lanes 5 and 6, please? That is street legal to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragster, please proceed to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster lanes 1 and 2, please. Street legal lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters lane 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters lane 1 and 2, please. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, the 1970 Plymouth Duster. This one says Glenn Hendry, but thought this was Chantel's car. At least it was last year, but maybe there's been a driver swap. Who knows? Right-hand lane, that's Jay Steele in the 1987 Chevrolet Blazer. Don't see too many Blazers on the drag strip, but it is nice to see this one here. Pretty even start, but it's going to be the Duster looking to wind out on the Blazer here. And the Duster will get there first. 1276 at 104 to the Blazers, 1439 at 91 miles an hour. But like I say, when we go bracket racing, we try and even out those elapsed times, as it were. You'll see the tree come down at different times. The slower vehicle will get a bit of a head start, it'll look like. And then it'll be down to reaction time and running the dial-in time to determine the winner. Today, heads up, test and tune, practice stuff. Get it all set, squared away. Tomorrow, you'll see that tree come down at 2 different speeds, depending on the dial-in time of the vehicles. Again, the souvenir shop is open till 4 o'clock. They've got some 60th anniversary apparel. They've got a calendar. They've got license plates. They've got stickers. There's a calendar sitting right in front of me here, and it is amazing to look at. So many photos from the history here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. And we're moving on to our junior street division. Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell in the 2012 Toyota Tacoma. Got a solo shot this time around. And on her way, 0.31 on the tree for Nikita. And rolls through the 8th. That is 1098 at 64 miles an hour for Nikita. All right, Tatiana Liss is back from Aberdeen, 99 Chevrolet Camaro. Getting the feel for Junior Street today. Getting in as many passes as they can before we go points racing tomorrow. Catfish Camaro's ready to roll. Pre-staged and staged. All right, on the way here. Had to correct a little bit off the start, but no biggie. Just getting a handle for that car. A little bit of a wander out towards the left side there. 1575 at 41 for Tatiana in the Camaro. And our last junior street for today is Carmen Blanchard in the 2015 Dodge Ram Sport. And yeah, this one does have a Hemi. Nice looking truck. Minus a few points for the back bumper, but such is life. And this has been a quick truck today, especially in the 8th mile. Let's see what it runs on this one. Small trip of the tires there. Good stuff. 0.29 on the tree. Winding out the big Hemi into Dodge Ram. And we'll go through the 8th mile in 10:49, 70 miles an hour. Good run in the 8th for the big Dodge Hemi. All right, moving into our street legal division here. All right, moving right along into our street legal division. Chad Hot Wheels Novak into Dodge Dart, and Walter Fruit Loops Furnett in the 08 Corvette. Chad has been very, very strong on the tree, though, and that's probably what he's looking to get. He wants to be strong on the tree and consistent on the ET, because that is your path to victory in bracket racing. Walter Furnett with the better reaction time that time, though, 0.01. And that Corvette obviously just storming away. 1088 at 131 miles an hour. If they were to be bracket racing, though, Chad would get a fairly sizable lead as a head start of 1750 at 81. So you'd be about 6 and some, 7 and some seconds ahead before Walter's light would go green in bracket racing. But again, test and tune, we're going heads up. Because everyone's learning what their dial-in time. That's what's going on today. All right, Roy Wright in the 2023 dual motor Tesla has found Kerry Reap in the right-hand lane in the 2014 Ford Mustang. All right. 008 on the tree for Kerry. She is going to be very happy with that. That's what we'd like to see. If it's a 00 on the reaction time, on the correct side of red, that's what we want to see. Roy Wright runs a 12:28 at 113 miles an hour. Kerry Reap runs a 15:07 at 93. All right. Left-hand lane is Maya DeJarlis. That is a 2013 GMC 1500, and this is the Orca. Now, at one point, there was a Colorado, the Blue Whale. We've moved up the food chain to the Orca. And in the right-hand lane is the Banff 2 Ford F-150 pickup truck. That one was running at our street legal a couple weeks ago, and it was bad fast. So let's see. One might suggest that these are two very different classes of pickup truck, but that's all right. The F-150 in the right-hand lane had Banff 2 on the license plate, so that tells you the mindset right there. The Orca runs through at a 1671 at 84. F-150 a 9.97, 137 miles an hour. All right, the last of our street legal here. The Ford hatchback ready to go. .57 on the tree for the little hatchback here. It's been pretty quick though. Makes a lot of time up at the top end. And you can see it here. Yep, 1474, 93 miles an hour. And the sweet revenge tree with the big burnout ready to rock and roll. The latest entry from the Boschman Racing team will get backed up very precisely inside the hot rubber that just got laid down. It's a bit of work, but you want to make sure when you're working with that much horsepower and a fairly short wheelbase that you are exactly where you want to be. And so you can see the team guiding it back in those sticky hot lanes from the burnout. The burnouts, A, they look cool, but B, they also heat those tires up, and C, lay a bit of hot rubber down on that track too, so when you back over it, you know you're going to find traction because you've got the hot tire on the hot rubber that you just laid down. And that is why they're making sure it is going exactly where they want it to. You see the one crewman behind with his hand in the air, signaling to the guy up front where they want to put that car. And that is exactly it. They're going to back it in a little ways yet. Very good. This is a 1932 Phantom Alter. This is Mason Boschman driving out of Dalmany. This car was pretty quick on its first one. I'm looking forward to seeing it in full race trim once it's all exactly squared away. Start this time and about a half track pass. Ran a 550 at 103 miles an hour to the 8th. Ran a 1068 at 78 through the quarter. 8th mile pole 5.5 seconds, 103 miles an hour. All right, we're going to run one of our junior street vehicles here before we get into our junior dragsters. Locked and loaded again. Let's go. Finding a way. You can hear the RPMs coming up a little bit out towards the 8th mile. And that's going to be a 1788 at 39 in the 8th. For the 99 Camaro. And we're ready to carry on with our junior dragster division here. We've got 3 of them represented out today. Great way to spend some time with the family as a junior dragster. Although there are days where I wish I had a senior dragster for guys like me. Just a rail, little 350, I don't know, something like that. Regardless, that class doesn't exist, so junior dragster it is, running the 8th mile. All right, it looks like Thomas Jacek Flamin is coming up into our right-hand lane here. And this looks like it's going to be a solo shot. A solo run here, just getting some seat time, getting some track time. Figuring out that Christmas tree all over again. It was a long winter, and it's hard to practice being in the seat of a race car when you've got 3 feet of snow on the ground. Now there's apps and different programs and stuff you can practice reaction time. Winter, if you like, 0.2 on the tree for Thomas on this one, but it's not the same as sitting in your junior dragster. And he is going to run through the 8th mile in 1190, 54 miles an hour. And the next we're going to run as a pair. That's going to be Leah Jacek Flamin in the left-hand lane and Victoria Desjarlis in the right-hand lane. It's a Marlin Jr. dragster in the left-hand lane and a 94 Cosby by MTC in the right. The junior dragster program is a good one. It's a good way to get into drag racing. It's, you know, you can tune the cars up as slow or as quick as you need them, depending on the age of the driver, the experience of the driver, all that good stuff. All right, Victoria is locked in, Leah is locked in. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Leah Jasic climbing with the .26 on the tree. Victoria, unfortunately, just on the wrong side of the green light that time. 11.91 at 52 for Leah, and 13.95 at 45 for Victoria. And again, if you head on over to the Saskatchewan International Raceway's Facebook page, you can find a link to an interview that Victoria gave at the Majestics Car Show about that junior dragster lifestyle. And once again, we're going to call pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. And we're just going to do a bit of a prep job here. And I will be back momentarily. And we're going to take a brief moment, thank our sponsors once again, Last Mountain Berry Farm, Spread the Joy, LMBF.com, Rods Custom Carts and Hot Rods, United Rentals, Tiger Automotive, Flamin Trailers, Butler Buyers Insurance, Q-Line Trucking, Performance Plus Audio Warehouse, Kubota of Saskatoon, Globe Printers, Medivy, VP Fuels, OK Tire, Queen City Performance, SGI, the Great Western Brewing Company, and Mackenzie Auto. As well, we want to thank Richard Bedford Photography for being our track photographer today for our Test and Tune events. You can find him on Facebook, and I'm sure if you talk to him, you can order some prints up of your vehicle going down our track here. So you can find Richard Bedford Photography on Facebook and go from there. As well, we want to thank YXC Jeep and Ram Center, the Saskatoon Truck Center, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition, Amigos Auto Wrecking out of Clavette, Audio Warehouse Saskatoon, BBJ 5-star service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission in Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties in Saskatoon, Hub Automatic Transmission, also of Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Let's Go Distributors out of Edmonton, Newell Auto Inc., Performance Plus, Precision Performance, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, the Co-op on Avenue C here in Saskatoon, Superior Diesel Services, Thanes Big T, Auto Repair, Tiger Automotive. Also got to thank Batco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag, Unified Auto Parts, and Sask Auto Lift, along with Canadian Industrial Welding Services, Dab Welding, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zell Countertops. And we will thank Sask Lotteries, the Snooker Shack, and Crosscut Films, along with Axis Electric, Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, and VP Racing Fuels, Saskatoon and Calgary. I want to thank Wendell Clarks, but I've heard the call to go for Pro. All right. And again, thanks to Medivy Ambulance for being out here with us, keeping us safe, having our back at the track as we proceed with the 2026 edition of our Test and Tune. Frank Bahozov in the left-hand lane from Yorkton, the 1977 Chevrolet Nova, and Kylie Montour out of Warman in the 95 Chevrolet S10. It's been nice to see the good amount of S10s that we've had running here today. Pretty popular platform for drag racing. Of course, the Nova has been around forever. You know them, you'll love them. Kylie goes 07 red to the top. And Frank Bahozov on that last run ran an 11.93 at 113 miles an hour. All right, we've got the Stolen Dignity in the left-hand lane, and one of our Barracudas in the right, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We bumped in here. Stolen Dignity's had some good passes here today. It'll be a 10:35 at 127 for the Duster and a 10:60 at 124 for the left-hand lane, Dwight Grisbowski out of Martinsville, 1974 Plymouth Duster. And Glenn Hendry from the arm of Dundurn in the 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. It's going to be a power struggle for the Plymouths here. We'll find out who walks away with this round. Runs at 1050 at 128. Dwight in the Duster runs an 1193. Walter Furnett in the left-hand lane with the 08 Corvette has found Tim Bunnell out of Watrous in the 98 Pontiac Trans Am. This should be a good race. Walter, we know, is fast. The Trans Am, I believe, has the potential to catch it, but we'll see. It's been a little bit slower so far all day, but you never know what you might find underneath the hood. 0.06 on the green for the Trans Am, turns on that red light. And it's on a pass, so 1044 at 129. Walter Furnett runs at 1098 at 131. Rick Harris has brought his 91 Ford Mustang again for another pass. Steve Carlson from Delisle with the AMC Javelin 1973 model in the right-hand lane. Both of these cars have been very consistent today. And as we go points racing tomorrow, consistency is ultimately the name of the game. Goes to 1047 at 129. In the left-hand lane is Harlan Coquell. In the right-hand lane, Anita Hendry. That's a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda in the right-hand lane. At 125. 1049 at 129 for Harlan. All right, left-hand lane, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. It's a 1966 Chevrolet Chevelle. And in the right-hand lane, I believe that's one of the Fiesel cars there. Probably the Nova. Yes, indeed. Camden Fiesel out of Regina, the 79 Chevrolet Nova. There we go on the reaction times, ladies and gentlemen. A 002 in the right-hand lane, a 006 in the right. Or in the left, sorry. 006 in the left, 002 in the right-hand lane. Laying down a shot. All right, the right-hand lane is Glenn Wright. Vanscoy, Saskatchewan, 72 Dodge Challenger. Left-hand lane, I believe that is Keith. Yes, it is. Keith DeJarlis in the 67 Pontiac Beaumont out of Regina. Go fast, don't die. Is there any better advice you can get at a dragster than that? I'd be hard-pressed to think of any. Lights come down. Pretty even on the tree for both of them. Challenger trying to pull away from the Beaumont, but the Beaumont's having none of it. And it will be the Beaumont, 1149, 160 miles an hour to an 1167 at 100. Thanks everyone who's joining again today on YouTube on our live stream. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, all that good stuff that every live streamer ever has ever told you, as it helps the channel out. So again, thank you for sticking it out and for being part of our day today on YouTube. All right, left-hand lane, Martin Marchuk out of Regina in the 1968 Ford Mustang. Barbara Stetner also out of Regina in the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. This is a classic matchup, Mustang versus Camaro. They have been battling for decades, always trying to claim supremacy, but it's and it seems to change hands depending on who's got what dialed in. Miles an hour. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, we've got Kimberly Gullisher out of Saskatoon in the 1968 Pontiac Acadian. And in the right-hand lane is Sydney Weeks out of Saskatoon. That's a 1964 Dodge Polara. Don't see very many of them. I don't even think I knew they existed before I started coming to watch drag racing here. And I was like, oh, what's that thing? Well, it's a Dodge Polara. Who knew? But now I know, and now you know as well. At 103 for Sydney Weeks. All right, left-hand lane is Paul Pirviric out of Sundre. It's a Ford Mustang, another Fox body, 1986. Right-hand lane, Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon in the 72 Dodge Challenger known as Bad Influence. Ryan Doherty runs a 1010 at 133. Paul from Sundre runs a 1626 at 54, but obviously let out of the throttle. We've got Jake Fiesel in the left-hand lane with the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro out of Regina. And Andrew L. out of Balgoni. That's a 1970 Dodge D100. Just a beautiful pickup truck. And of course the third-gen Camaro, no stranger to the drag strip. They're all over the place. Probably between them and the Fox body Mustangs throughout the years have been some of the most popular drag racing vehicles. Just an excellent platform to build on. Both yank the wheels a little bit on that one. Can I get Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please? Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. That'll be Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Alrighty, left-hand lane is Ryan Magnus out of Unity, and the right-hand lane is Heller Bennett out of White City. 2010 Camaro, 1992 Ford Mustang. Wagner, 1104 at 126 miles an hour. Heller Bennett ran an 1107 at 121 on the last pass there. We've got Perry Fletcher in the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere in the left-hand lane, and Dale Wiest out of Regina. That's a 1974 4.2 W30 Oldsmobile. Again, another super popular muscle car from the heyday of muscle cars. Daly out of Regina brings the 71 Dodge Dart to the line. He's been pulling some pretty solid wheel stands so far today. Lots of power, lots of traction. We'll do that for you. And in the right-hand lane is Henry Reamer out of Plumas, Manitoba with the LSX powered 78 Volvo wagon. That thing has also been yanking the wheels here, so we might have a pretty solid Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. The big end, it's the Volvo running a 982 at 131. The Dart runs a 1004 at 133. All right, next up, Mike Alexander, 64 Plymouth Belvedere, Ryan Appleby, 68 Dodge Charger. Charger's also been known to yank the wheels on occasion. Charger's trying to walk away, but the Belvedere is hanging in there. But it will be the Charger, 975, 136 miles an hour. To the Belvederes, 1018, 131. All right, we've got Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn, but that's not a Ford Roadster. All right, well, carrying on. Al Guyman in the right-hand lane, Viceroy, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Duster. We are carrying on. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Guyman runs in 1182 at 118. Chevrolet pickup in the left-hand lane. This one belongs to Terry Wagner out of Regina. And it's Nolan Penner in the right-hand lane in the Ford Fairlane. That's a 1966 Ford Fairlane, one of the heavyweights of the muscle car era. Again, the souvenir shop is open till 4 o'clock if you want some 60th anniversary swag. Hector's Grub Hub still got some food. Testers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro. All right, Brandon Bennett in the left-hand lane with the 1984 Ford Mustang from White City. Jansen Atten with the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. This is absolutely a matchup you would have seen on the main streets of North America at the time. The 82 and 84 Camaro and the 84 Mustang locking horns. Jansen Atten was a little bit better on the tree, but not by much. And through the top end, it is Brandon Bennett at a 942, 128 miles an hour. Jansen Atten runs a 1049 at 122. Super Pro lanes 5 and 6, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Testers to 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. And there's the sun peeking out again for us. This is Harold Penner in a 1966 Ford Fairlane from Martinsville, Saskatchewan. He's got a solo shot here, and we'll see if he's going to test out the wheelie bars he's got installed on the back there. Testers, lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Harold Penner getting locked in with the Fairlane. Yeah, a bit of a wheel stand there. That's what we like to see. And he's got a strong pass going, looking out through the top end. 10:07, 132 miles an hour for Harold Penner. That's a 10:07 at 132. And we're moving right along into our Super Pro division here today. Again, testers to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro 5 and 6. In Saskatchewan in the left-hand lane with the black and orange Chevrolet Camaro from 1984. And Chris Kirkgessner out of Dundurn in the 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. This is our Super Pro class rocking and rolling down the track here. Testers lane 1 and 2, please. Red light, but just for Tim Bodner, 008. It'll be the Belvedere, turned on the wind light with a 957 at 140. That Camaro ran an 8.86 at 154. Cliff Horn out of Dominey with the 72 Roadrunner is locking horns again with Grant McIntosh out of Outlook in the 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Again, our souvenir shop is open till 4 o'clock if you want to get some 60th anniversary gear. Now would be a solid time to go and grab some before we close up Hector's Grub Hub. You can grab some food from there, grab yourself a refreshing beverage from the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden. Way out of the groove for Cliff on that one. Still going to run a quick pass though 931 at 145. We've got Louis Fontaine Jr. in the 67 Ford Falcon in the left-hand lane, and Travis McBain in the Snooker Shack entry in the right-hand lane. Both cars were quick last time. See what happens when they lock horns this time. On the win light with a 950 at 144. That last one was a good heads-up drag race, 0.06 second margin of victory going to the Falcon. And in the left-hand lane, we've got Kelly Morrison in the 70 Chevrolet El Camino. And in the right-hand lane, Wayne McKinnon in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier. Wheelie bars for the El Camino. Parachute pack for the Cavalier. Dick in the left-hand lane with the 1967 Ford Falcon, and in the right-hand lane we've got Matthew Dixon with the 1967 Mercury Comet. Falcon versus Comet to figure out who's fastest from the Ford Motor Company here. Ford left lane, Mercury right lane. Left-hand lane is Leroy Schmidt in the 1986 Buick Regal, racing out of Saskatchewan. In the right-hand lane is Bob Fiesel in the 2000 Chevrolet powered dragster, hailing from Pasqua, Saskatchewan. Door car, dragster. Let's see how this one plays out. It's been a bit of a back and forth between our rail cars and our door slammers all day. Let's see who takes the advantage on this. At 147, the Regal runs a 920 at 145. Already in the left-hand lane from Emerald Park is Jack Appleby in the 1972 Dodge Dart. And in the right-hand lane is Kim Breckner out of Saskatoon in the 1932 Austin Bantam. One of our Alters that we've seen here today. They've been speedy. They run a short wheelbase and they're pretty narrow, but they are a lot of fun and they are awfully quick. is Sean Lacham of Precious and Thread Regina, the official supplier of clothing for SIR. And in the right-hand lane is Jack Friesen out of Osler in the 1936 Fiat Cape. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Testers, if you're not already there, you should be in 1 and 2. But sportsmen, you should start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. The left-hand lane runs a 940 at 144 for the Chevy 2. And a little Fiat Coupe runs a 973 at 134, turning on the wind light. And Rich Harder's got himself a buy run in his 1988 Chevrolet S10. It's been hooking up good so far. I don't have any reason to believe it'll be different this time. This one should be a good one, folks. This is Jamie Fiesel in the left-hand lane. It's a 1932 Bantam Altered. And in the right-hand lane, that's Taylor Fiesel. That's an 01 Dragster in the right-hand lane. So we've got Altered versus Dragster. And I believe they're both members of the Fiesel Racing team. Ready to do battle on our test and tune day. And sportsmen, if you could make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. That would be sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Double 08 on the tree for Taylor Fiesel on that one. And it's going to be the Dragster getting there first. 8:01 at 165 miles an hour. The Altered runs an 8.6 at 151. Good run for both of them there, and it looks like we're moving over into our testing division. Getting some seat time, getting some lap times, figuring it all out. Maybe trying to figure out which class they're going to run in, or they're just here to have some fun, do some testing on our All right, in the left-hand lane is Doug Harushko out of Yorkton. That's a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane out of Battleford, Saskatchewan is George Scott. That's a 1967 Chevrolet Nova. Stablemates, as it were, both hailing from Chevrolet, both hailing from the late 60s. I believe this is Doug's first run of the day. Doesn't look like it though with that reaction time, 08 on the tree for the Camaro. And then out through the top end, 1160 at 115 for George Scott out of Battleford, 1244 at 105 for Doug in the left-hand lane. We're just going to go take a look at something here, send the top end crew, check something out. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6 as sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Top end crew is just checking something out there. If you're feeling hungry, head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden is also open. You can grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing beverage. And if you buy Great West product, make sure you return the receipt to them, as that helps the track out. The souvenir shop is open till 4. Go pick up some SIR swag for our 60th anniversary. And we want to thank our hard-working staff again today for being here, keeping this track going as we keep turning it around. And as well, Medivie Ambulance for having our back at the tracks. Good to see you guys out here again. Always great to have you. And again, hopefully you have a very quiet day. And it looks like the top end crew is satisfied with what they found, so we're going to burnouts. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. And just in case I got lost in the burnouts, that's Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, left-hand lane, Mike Gross out of Regina, the 2000 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane is Ian Yaremko in Battleford, out of Battleford in the Banff F-150. That thing is quick. I think it runs about 10s. Mike Gross in the Mustang with the parachute pack out back. Yaremko in the F-150. Ford versus Ford, Mustang versus F-150. Let me say these are the two. Mike Ross is just getting some elapsed time data here, it looks like. The pickup truck runs at 10:12 at 135. The Mustang runs on 93 miles an hour, so he must have been letting out at the top end with that mile an hour, but a solid ET all the same. All right, this is Dawson Sazy in the left-hand lane. That's a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro from Prince Albert. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Dawson's going to be the last of our testers here in this run. Good reaction time, a little puff of something there. Look at that, folks. 8:07, 169 miles an hour for Dawson from Prince Albert. That's a heck of a run. Had a little bit of a wander in the back end, but at the same time, still did not slow it down at all. 8:07. Moving right along into our sportsman division, Adam Stelter has made the long haul from Weyburn, Saskatchewan to be here today. That's a 1968 Chevrolet Impala. And in the right-hand lane is Roy Wright out of Vanscoy. That's a 23 dual motor Tesla. And this is our sportsman division. Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street, staging lanes 3 and 4. Tesla turns on the red light. Wind light goes on for Adam Stelter in the Impala. And we've got some 8th mile times here, 774 at 90 and 8:01 at 91 for the Tesla. All right. Amanda Jessic Flyman out of Regina in the left-hand lane, 1990 Trans Am GTA. Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy, 1972 Dodge Challenger. Street legal to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragster to 1 and 2. So that's Junior Street 3-4, Street Legal 5-6, Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Street final call. Junior Street final call. Staging lanes 3 and 4. Street Legal lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Old school Duster is getting away from the dart on this one. And the Duster runs at 8-1 at 84 in the 8th, 11:44 at 64 in the 8th for Chad Novak.
Thanks, guys. You guys gonna rip the ambulance? I was thinking about it because we were online. I was like, it's only like $90 and my entire job, but I was like. There's too much water.
All right, we are. We just want to apologize to our sportsman class on that last pass. We're doing some training up here, so you got 1/8 mile time instead of quarter. So our apologies from up here in the tower to the sportsman division. Yeah. It's a test and tune up here too as well, so our apologies. And it looks like we've got our... I'm going to try a burnout. That's Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy in the 94 Dodge 2500. Oh, nice. Small burnout there. This truck's been pretty quick in the 8th. Solid reaction time, 0.27. Let's see what it runs in the 8th. 10:20 at 67 miles an hour for our Junior Street competitor in the 8th mile on this one. Street Legal 5 and 6 Junior Dragster 1 and 2, please. That's Street Legal 5 and 6 Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, we are heading into our street legal division, street legal lanes 5 and 6. If you're not there already, Junior Dragsters, lane 1 and 2. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, that is Maya DeJarlis. That's a GMC pickup truck, 2011 Sierra 1500. And in the right-hand lane, that is Matt Hendry out of Dundurn on a Suzuki. That's an 08 GSXR. This is one of the fun things that can happen in our street legal division. You can have motorcycles and pickup trucks doing battle. And when we go bracket racing, they can be in the same division, no problem. And the motorcycle is going to run an 1118 at 129 miles per hour, and the big GMC Orca is going to run a 1680 at 84. Next up is Kerry Reap in the 2014 Ford Mustang, and Roy Wright out of Vanscoy in the 2023 dual motor Tesla. This should be a pretty solid race. They've locked horns a couple times today. I don't know who got the better of who, though. I think it's been pretty even. All right. Another red light today. Roy Wright's going to turn on the wind light in the Tesla. And it's going to be the Tesla getting there first. A 1227 at 114 miles per hour. Kerry Reap runs a 1509 at 93. All right. Got the Ford hatchback in the left-hand lane. And we've got Chad Novak in the right in the Dodge Dart. For Chad Novak on the tree, the hatchback with a .35. The Ford hatchback has been speedy at the top end, though. All right, the hatchback runs at 1521 at 92 miles an hour. Chad Novak at the 1755, 80 miles an hour. Walter Furness is going to get the bye run here at the tail end of our street legal class. It's an 08 Corvette. Makes his home in Bigger, Saskatchewan. He's been getting lots of hits in today. He'll have a good stack of time slips to go through. You got a sense of what that car is doing. Good tree. .03 on the tree for Walter lap time. 1085, 132 miles an hour. All right, we're just going to get the top end set up, and then we will be into our junior dragster classification here. Just got to get the safety truck into position, get that gate open, all the good stuff that we need to do for our junior dragster competitors. I suspect this is going to be a very competitive division in our points chase this year. It was competitive last year. I don't see any reason why it won't be again this year. And we'll thank our hard-working staff out there again today, making sure everything is ready to go for our junior dragster class. Again, they've been at work all day today, keeping this track in tip-top shape for our testing. Again, thank you for coming out to our test and tune, the beginning of our 60th anniversary season here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. Points race number 1 goes tomorrow. All right.
Thank you, sir. Sounds good. I gotta go down to the race. Ricky and Gary will do one more prep and one more sprint.
Rod is gonna supposed to make sure when she's up here we stay behind her eye line so we don't distract her.
Lost the hole, buddy?
All right, the junior dragsters are rolling in underneath the tower. In the left-hand lane, it's going to be Leah Jasic-Flamin out of Regina and the Martin Jr. And in the right-hand lane, it's going to be Victoria Jarlis also out of Regina in the 94 Cosby by MTC. Is there more fun than this that a kid could have on a Saturday afternoon? I have my doubts. This is pretty spectacular. Again, our test and tune ready. Again, they have their own points race that will begin tomorrow as well. Just getting them both into pre-stage and stage here. Thanks again to everyone who's tuned in on YouTube for our live stream of our test and tune today. Much appreciated. Like, share, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Junior dragsters ready to roll. Pretty even on the tree. 0.23 for Victoria, 0.30 for Leia. And through to the 8th mile, what we're going to find is this. It's going to be Leah Jacek Flamin running at 1185 at 52 miles an hour. Victoria runs a 1365 at 46 miles an hour on that pass. Good run for them. And then it's going to be our last junior dragster. This is Thomas Jacek Flamin coming through underneath the tower here. And as you can see on our junior dragsters, they got a full complement of safety gear on them, the roll cage, the shield, all kinds of good stuff there. So, you know, try and mitigate as much risk as we can. This is the thing about life. You can never get rid of risk. You can only mitigate it. And we do our best here, especially with our junior dragsters, to make sure that we mitigate all the risks that we possibly can. Thomas is going to get a solo shot on this one. .27 on the tree, a pretty good start. And here it wound up all the way at the top of the RPMs there, going through the 8th mile. 1184, 54 miles an hour for the junior dragster of Thomas Jacek Flamin. And we're going to do a bit of track prep here. And we will be back with you once that's squared away. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6. Please be advised, this will be your last pass of the day. So Pro, please make your way to station lanes 5 and 6 for your last pass of the day. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6. Please be advised, this will be your last pass of the day. Putting the call out for Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Station lanes 5 and 6 for Pro. This is the last round of time trials coming up, folks. This is the last round of time trials. So if you want to go, now is the time. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for our last round of time trials for today. We also want to thank our sponsors here before our last round of time trials. This is a thank you to Last Mountain Berry Farm, Spread the Joy, lmbf.com, Rods Custom Carts, and Rods Hot Rods. You can find them at rodscustomcarts.ca, rodshotrods.ca, or you can find them at 2631 and 2623 Faithful Avenue. United Rentals, the Connect to Work site, Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. TigerAutomotive.com, 286 Venture Crescent. Flamin Trailers, building them one relationship at a time at flamin.com. Butler Buyers, welcome to Insurance Made Easy, www.butlerbuyers.com, 301 4th Avenue North, 3929 8th Street East. Q-Line Trucking, moving the world, qlinetrucking.com, 101 Wirtz Avenue, Corman Industrial Park. Performance Plus, and innovative performance upgrades at performanceplus.com, 416 22nd Street West here in Saskatoon. Audio Warehouse at audiowarehouse.ca, Kubota of Saskatoon. As you can see, it's got our FOD hooked up to it. You can find them at 34 Capitol Circle. Globe Printers, for making clients look good since 1973, globesas.com, or visit them in person, 217 Jessup Avenue. Medavie Ambulance, thank you to having our back here at the track. Life lived fully, medavie.ca. And VP Fuel, for when it matters most, vpracingfuels.com. OK Tire, we're more than tires. We're a one-stop shop. You can find them at oktire.com. Queen City Performance, they carry a wide range of performance racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. QueenCityPerformance.ca, 1414A, Lawrence Street in Regina. And of course, SGI, take care out there, sgi.sk.ca. The Great Western Brewing Company, the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. GWBC.ca, and make sure to turn in your receipts for your Great West products to the beer gardens, as that goes to help out the track. And the Mackenzie Automotive Wholesale Group for sponsoring our beer garden. You can find them at mackenzieauto.ca, 2909 Miners Avenue. We can also take some time and thank YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon and the Saskatoon Truck Center. Also want to thank Continental Auto Body and Restoration for their sponsorship this year, along with Laser Auto Body of Saskatoon. All right, folks, we are ready to rock and roll with our last time trials of the day, starting in the pro category. in our Pro division. Perry Fletcher out of White City in the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. Ryan Magnus hailing from Unity, Saskatchewan in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. I forgot to thank some few people earlier, and those would be everyone sitting in the stands. Thank you for being out here today with us for our test and tune. Great to have you all here. Hopefully you are back tomorrow and across the rest of the season as well. So my apologies, but thanks to all of you for being here today. We can't do it without you. So the theme of the day has been red lights, and unfortunately we see another one here. Perry Fletcher in the Belvedere. Can we bring Super Pro to 3 and 4, please? That's Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, out of Warman, Saskatchewan, is Harlan Coquell. And in the right-hand lane, out of Plevet, Saskatchewan, is Corey Samaleski in the 1971 Chevrolet Camaro. Here we go. 0-2 on the tree for Harlan. Camaro's got his work cut out for him, but I don't think it's going to happen this time. Harlan Coquell is going to go to the top end first. 10.56, 119 miles an hour to a 10.58 at 128. The Camaro was put in on a top end charge, but ran out of real estate. In the left-hand lane is Ryan Appleby out of Emerald Park in the 1968 Dodge Charger. And in the right-hand lane is Keith DeJarlis in the Go Fast, Don't Die 1967 Pontiac Beaumont out of Regina. Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 3 and 4. Testers to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 3 and 4. Testers to 1 and 2. Sydney Weeks in the Polara in the left-hand lane. And Martin Marchuk out of Regina in the 68 Ford Mustang. These would have been near contemporaries back in the 60s there, the Polara and the Mustang. A little bit different classification of cars, obviously, but once they've been souped up for Grand Prix, they are. Mustang rips the wheel top, Prowler. 07 on the tree, 05 on the tree for the Polara. And the Mustang gets there first, 1173, 79 miles an hour. Sydney Weeks runs a 1296 and 104. Putting the call out to Super Pro for lanes 3 and 4, testers to 1 and 2. Super Pro 3 and 4, testers 1 and 2, please. All right, Glenn Hendry in the left-hand lane. Double 015 for Glenn Hendry on the tree. He is going to be very happy with that. That is a heck of a way to close out your testing. 10:51, 128. His opponent in the right-hand lane runs a 10:65 at 128 miles an hour. Brandon Bennett in the left-hand lane in the 84 Ford Mustang out of White City. Walter Fournette in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette from Bigger, Saskatchewan. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, please, if you're going to come. Testers, lanes 1 and 2. Nearly identical reaction times, 0222 and 0228. And Brandon Bennett's going to get there first with a 916 at 146 miles an hour. Walter Furness runs a 1093 at 129. Again, if you've been following along on YouTube, thank you very much. Leave us a like, give us a subscribe, and comment on our live stream if you haven't done so already, please. All right, we got a buy run here. This is the Bad Influence Dodge Challenger of Ryan Doherty. The Bad Influence is known to rip its wheels clean off the ground. We'll see if it does it again today. But you always got to watch when the Bad Influence is around. Let's see what he does at the top end. And that's a 10.02 at 134 for Ryan Doherty in the Bad Influence Challenger. All right, moving right along into Super Pro here. Super Pro, if you want to go, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Left-hand lane is Cliff Horn out of Xiaomini in the 77 Roadrunner. And in the right-hand lane is Kelly Morrison out of Saskatoon in the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino. We've seen these vehicles a few times today. They have been bad fast. Let's hope that their last pass of the day is a strong one. You want to leave on a high note going into tomorrow's points race. For the Roadrunner, 1034, 133 for the El Camino of Kelly Morrison. In the left-hand lane, hailing from Regina, Saskatchewan, is Wayne McKinnon in the 1977 Chevrolet Cavalier. And in the right-hand lane, from Emerald Park, Jack Appleby. That's a 1972 Dodge Dart. This should be a good one, folks. Both cars have been quick all day today. On the red light, top end, it's a 925 at 143 for Appleby, a 927 at 146 for McKinnon. Super Pro, if you want to should be in lanes 1 and 2. Alright, left lane, Scott Uremko from Chaplin in a 1967 Acadian Conso. And in the right-hand lane, Rich Harder out of Saskatoon. That's an 88 Chevrolet S10. Very solid reaction time for both vehicles. Top end is going to be the Acadian running an 810 at 169 miles an hour. And the S10 runs at 1029 at 130. Just a quick check before getting to the next one. That's Jamie Fiesel in a 32 Bantam Altered in the left-hand lane. And in the right-hand lane is Sean Lasham out of Pilot Butte in a 1967 Chevrolet 2. Impressions in thread out of Regina, the official supplier of clothing for SIR, so we want to thank Sean for that. Oh, we are pushing one back. Looks like Jamie Fiesel's going to get a bye run since we had to push the other one back. 0-1 on the tree. The 32 Bantam Altered runs through it at 863 at 154 miles an hour on its last pass of our test and tune. In the left. Kim Brecker. And in the right-hand lane, that's Travis McBain in the Snooker Shack sponsored entry. Both cars have been extremely quick today. Both will be looking to set a great pass down as we head into our points race beginning tomorrow. Extremely fast pass for the Bantam. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Remember, this is the last time for all of the day, sportsmen, so you're going to lanes 5 and 6. That is a 1936 Fiat Cape in the left-hand lane. That's a Jack Friesen out of Osler, Saskatchewan. And in the right-hand lane is Fred 5 AMC Hornet, hailing from the RM of Dundurn. Dundurn, nothing wrong. Absolutely. Top end, and it's going to be the 36 Fiat Valor going at a 9.94, 139 miles an hour. The 75 AMC Hornet runs in 11:32 at 124 on that pass. In the left-hand lane is Taylor Fiesel, the 01 Dragster. And in the right-hand lane, that's a Leroy Schmidt. That's a 1986 Buick Regal. One of the infamous G-bodies of that era. Sportsman lane 5 and 6, please. The elapsed time for the dragster is an 8:03 at 165 miles an hour. The Regal runs a 9:27 with 145. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Mark Dick will have a bye run for his last time trial of the day out of Osler, Saskatchewan. This is a 1967 Ford Falcon. Backed out of the throttle for a quick sec there before it hooked back up and through the top end. He's going to run a 910 at 157 miles an hour. A solid run considering he let out a throttle there around the 60-foot mark. And moving right along into our testing division here today. Sportsman 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. In the left-hand lane, that's got to be Matt Hendry on that motorcycle. It's a Suzuki GSX something or other, if I remember correctly. And in the right-hand lane is George Scott out of Battleford in the 67 Chevrolet Nova. You will see what this matchup looks like at the top end. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4, please. In the left-hand lane is Mike Gross out of Regina in the 2000 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane is Ian Yaremko out of Battleford. That's a Ford F-150 with Banff on the bedsides and Banff 2 on the vanity plate. And indeed, it is a Banff when it hooks up. Again, another fun matchup. Mustang, F-150. Let's see how this one plays out. 3.24. Ross decided to let it rip there. The pickup truck runs a 1010 at 136 miles an hour. Mike Ross in the 2000 Mustang runs a 965 at 92 miles an hour. Obviously would have let up to end up with that mile an hour on that ET, but that's sometimes just what you gotta do. Especially when you're testing. All right. This is one from the Feasible Racing team. I believe this is the Nova, if I'm not mistaken. And he's going to be quick through the quarter, you got to believe. 1063 at 120. Junior Street, if you want to roll, it's lanes 3 and 4 for you, please. Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4. Anyone in Sportsman who wants to run, you should be into lanes 5 and 6. All right. The screen tells me this is Keith DeJarlis. This is not a 67 Malibu. This is a Challenger of the same vintage. And we're going to see. I've heard about this car. I've seen it run a couple times today. I'm looking forward to seeing what it lays down on this shot here at our test and tune. Out of the groove at 60 with scallop it back up. Sending it through the top end in. That's an 1197 at 98 miles per hour, but if you can hear the RPM come down, you know that the miles per hour and the elapsed time. All right, Dawson Sazy out of Prince Albert in the 69 Chevrolet Camaro. And should be Rob Tangman in the right-hand lane in a 70 Plymouth Duster. But it might be a solo shot here. Looks like it is going to be a solo. Good run in the throttle all the way out. And down in the quarter mile, look at that, folks, 795. Listen to the mile an hour, 175 miles an hour. If you're speaking metric, that's in the neighborhood of 300 kilometers an hour. Junior Street, if you want to roll, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman 5 and 6, if you're not there already. All right, moving right on into Sportsman. Already in the left-hand lane is Chad Novak in the Dodge Dart. In the right-hand lane, we've got Amanda Jacek-Flaman in the 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. The GTAs were the top of the Firebird Peak in 1990. Oh, 2 on the tree for Amanda. 0.27 on the tree for Chad. And it's going to be Amanda Jacek-Flaman getting through the top end first. The GTA runs a 1165 at 118 miles per hour. A solid pass for Amanda Jacek-Flaman on that one. Chad Novak with a 1780 at 80 miles an hour. Street legal to lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal 1 and 2. Street legal 5 and 6. Junior dragster 1 and 2. Adam Stelter out of Weyburn in the 68 Chevrolet Impala. Darren Shimko in the 78 Chevrolet Nova. And it's Shimko with the advantage on the tree. The Impala is going to try and eat it up at the top end, though. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that. 12:10 at 113 for Adam Stelter out of Weyburn, and a 12:32 at 109 for Darren Shimko. Margin of victory, 0.21 seconds. That is a good heads-up drive. Street legal lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragster 1 and 2. Owen DeJarlis out of Regina in the 1976 Vega. I like this car. There's a fair number of them on the tracks across North America here, and they're a pretty popular platform for drag racing. Nice and light, but with an engine bay that you can do just about whatever you want with. Won't be happy with the reaction time on this one, but perhaps you'll be pleased with the elapsed time. At the top end, the Vega runs at 1220 at 112 miles an hour. Street legal lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal lanes. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. And we've got our junior street, Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy in the 1994 Dodge 2500. He'll be running an 8th mile shot. Oh, look at that. A 003 on the tree for Lucas. He's going to be extremely happy with this time slip. And out at the 8th mile, that's a 10:28 at 67 miles an hour. You know that 003 is going to make him very, very happy. All right, moving right along into our street legal, our last round of time trials for them here this afternoon. Junior Dragster, if you're going to make it past lanes 1 and 2, please. Street legal is underway out of staging lanes 5 and 6. In the left-hand lane is Maya DeJarlis out of Regina in the GMC. It's a 2011 Sierra 1500. And Matt Hendry on the bike. That's a 08 Suzuki GSXR. We've got a number of bikes that run with us here at SIR, and they are always a treat to watch, as well as the Orca in the left-hand lane. The apex predator of the ocean is the Orca, as near as I can tell. Maybe the great white shark's in the conversation too, I suppose. But we don't have one of those here. We have an Orca. And we've got a Suzuki GSXR ready to rock and roll. And it'll be wind light going on for the GMC as the bike went red. And the bike runs an 11:48 at 128 miles an hour. And the Orca runs a 16:87 at 84. All right, Walter Furness and Chad Novak are going to go back at it again. The 08 Chevrolet Camaro and a Dodge Dart. If these two were to meet in eliminations tomorrow, there will be a gap on that tree. Chad would get the advantage to start. Walter would be in a chase position. Today we are heads up as we are testing. Oh, very good reaction times for both. 01 for Walter, 09 for Chad. And Walter Furness has opened up the taps on the Corvette again, going through the top end. 1085, 131 miles per hour. Chad Novak in the Dodge Dart clears a quarter mile in a 1759 at 80.8 miles an hour. And the Ford hatchback is back to close out our street legal time trials for today. Solid at the top end, 0.75 on the tree. Let's see what it runs out at the 8. There's a 1016 at 74. Going through the top end in 1541 at 94 miles an hour. I think that might be its best pass of the day. And that will be the close of our street legal division. Junior dragsters will be next. The souvenir shop is now closed. But again, if you want one of the calendars or t-shirts or anything like that, make sure you visit them tomorrow. This is quite the calendar, a great look at our history. Get the safety truck in position at the top end to help our junior dragster drivers out a little bit. Just give them a bit of navigation at the top end. Thanks again to everyone who's joined us today in the stands, who's joined us online. Thanks to all the family and crew of all of our racers as well. And of course, a big thanks to the SDRA executive, to our track manager Skip, and to all of the staff here at SIR for a fantastic Saturday, I was going to say afternoon, but it's been all day. A great test and tune to start our 60th anniversary season. We will see you tomorrow for points race number 1. All right, getting ready for our last time trials of the day in our junior dragster division. Victoria Desjarlis is rolling underneath the tower, getting ready for one more pass before entering into our points races tomorrow. Victoria is in the pre-stage and stage. Lights come down, hunting that reaction time. Absolutely the way you got to do it as you get ready for bracket racing. And through the 8th mile, Victoria is going to run a 13:89 at 46 miles an hour. And that will bring our last 2 time trials to the line for today. There's no better way to end a Saturday than with a sibling rivalry. In the left-hand lane is Thomas Jacek Flamen. In the right-hand lane, Leah Jacek Flamen. This one is for all the bragging rights marbles back at the trailer. So let's see how it goes. Everyone's bumped in and ready to rock and roll. Oh my goodness, look at the red light on this one. 0083. Thomas was absolutely hunting that perfect 000, but just strays into the red light territory. So it'll be Leah Jacek Flamen turning on the wind light with an 1189 at 52 miles an hour. Thomas running an 1182 at 54 miles per hour. Thanks again to all of our staff for being with us today, making our test and tuning exactly what it is. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for Sunday, our points race number 1. And again, if you've been watching us on YouTube, thank you for your time and attention. Don't forget to leave us a like, maybe leave us a comment, and certainly subscribe so you can catch all the action at our 60th anniversary season here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. Thanks again for joining us, everyone. Much appreciated. All right, last call for the beer gardens. It's going to be closing in 10 minutes. So if you want one of those cool, crisp, refreshing adult beverages from Great West, you have got 10 minutes to get over to the beer gardens and enjoy one. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow for points race number 1.
Well, it's time
I need you, I'll call you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, what appreciate it. I don't know if there's anything you can help, and then just give me a shout, like, I don't know, 20 minutes before you're gonna be at Regina. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sounds good.
Heading out? Back tomorrow?
So when you guys are done, the radios, they go up, just hand them to the girl upstairs, and just hand them to her and she'll put them on the chart.
Good to go, or you got
And then you just check.
I know there is, so cool, man. We'll see you in a couple weeks, eh? All right, you too.
Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. I tried to drink a ton of water and take breaks when I could.
Anybody upstairs in the tower? Anybody that has radios on, you guys all covered your radios, they go upstairs. There's a box on the floor. Chris, can you bring a pen down when you come? Or Ashton, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, anybody trying on bunny hop can find your size? Yeah, but that's large here.
So we're doing that, buddy. That'd be nice.
So
dips where the water goes.
But then we already got the t-shirts.
And then
Got last year's t-shirts.
about 400 feet, it's concrete, right?
Yeah, I can
So
only
it's nice
come
and
one.
flat.
I can only come one day a
And then
week.
after it,
Yeah, you just didn't make a note of that. That's all it is.
I don't know. I kind of like to tell it to
Yeah,
where
that's
that's.
stupid. Yeah, I don't.
You don't care, but I don't know what cherry is. You're off.
You wear the same underwear all week. What's wrong with the same shirt?
Turn it inside out. Wait, you guys are up here?
used to things. Like I set a different solution, I set different pressures. What's that?
Can we open it?
Yeah, that's sure.
Looks like you got a coolant leak.
Look at that.
Definitely do have a coolant leak.
No,
Where it overfilled.
he took it off yesterday
Burped.
to check it, and I think it burped. So I hope that it's not leaking. I told him not to fuck with it. Does it seem to be? Does this cap seem to be on?
Seems to be on. It's got a little pressure. I'm not going to turn it.
Okay.
But it might be.
Let's grab a rag and let's
say,
just soak it up, and we'll see what it's doing in a bit.
That rig's probably not very good. It's soaking up oil.
Yeah, he took the lid off yesterday and sprayed. So hopefully, because it hasn't leaked at all. Yeah, just up here. Some of these come with a pressure washer.
Look at attachments so you can have one.
But I can spray you in water here. I can put a
Put a handle on.
with the scrubbing brush.
It's really small bristles. I didn't.
It is, but it's.
But it's probably
really
just because it's. Yeah, you need the scrub otherwise it'll just break off all the bristles.
I don't know if it's the same as the one that Parkade had, but it was a one-wheel drive.
I think I held them.
Just remember that.
That was the thing.
Don't forget to grease them.
Turn too quick.
Well, it loses traction easy.
Oh, I see.
So if you got a wet spot, it may not.
That's pretty much like we have one up at the shop that we use.
Yeah, this is like the next size up.
Because our days are so big, so we.
No, it's sweet. I like it. Okay, cool little machine.
Yeah. I was like, I actually
morning into the store. They said they were sold out. But I went online and it said they were available for pickup. So I went out to the parking lot, basically, sat in my car, ordered two. You know, because it was 4 hours before I could pick them up. So I had some other shit to do. Went back to want a hose for a tractor that I'm getting, and it was the wrong hose. I went out to one of my buddy's places that just Western City. It was the wrong hose. So I went back to Princess Auto, took that one back, and grabbed the right hose. But of course it wasn't ready yet because it was all only been about an hour and a half or something. And so I got the right hose, go out to my car, and here I locked my fucking keys in my car. The fucking thing's supposed to beep and let me know that the keys are right there, and it did.